The Calamos Sustainable Equities team aims to generate superior returns by investing in global leaders. We define global
One, two, one, two. Hello, Elizabeth. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you and some music.
We're trying to get your audio all set up over here. Can you give me a quick sound check?
Yeah, sound check. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, one more time, please.
Sound check. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Ed, check, check, check. Check, check, check.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 7th Annual CSO Summit and Symposium. I'm Daniel Hicks, your host, a proud member of the economics faculty at Miami Herbert Business School, and a proponent of its sustainable business program at both the graduate and undergraduate levels. After 8 years, this conference has become a cornerstone of the program, as well as the leading forum on sustainable business in Florida and the southeastern United States. Your attendance here today is proof of that. This year, we will talk about the evolution of sustainability reporting standards ESG investing, real estate, and corporate governance. At a time when voters will decide the future direction of our country, and some are questioning the responsible role of business in economic reform. But this gathering would not be possible without the generous support of the clients and benefactors who are gathered here today. I am honored and grateful to have John Koudounis with me again for a third straight year. Mr. Koudounis is President and Chief Executive Officer of Calamos Investments, our presenting sponsor. Mr. Koudounis has been a titan of the financial services industry for several decades. And under his leadership, his firm recently unveiled a unique collaboration of sports, sustainable investing, and social innovation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. John Koudounis.
Thank you, Professor Hicks. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Calamos Investments, I'm pleased to be here for the third year in a row as presenting sponsor of the University of Miami Herbert Business School Chief Sustainable Officer Summit and Symposium. It has been an honor to be part of this program, and which it grows and watching it grow over the last 3 years. When we hear of the ambitious new arenas this program aims to address, we are impressed and inspired to participate in this robust conversation. This year, we are especially thrilled to be in the company of such a diverse group of presenters and participants who are involved in global business, real estate, and insurance industry, as well as many others. As an investment advisor, Calamos Investments is focused on sustainability in all the industries. We are excited to share the Calamos perspective on sustainable investing and also to learn from all of you. Later this morning, you will hear from the Calamos Sustainable Equity team. Our co-portfolio managers, Tony Tursich and Jim Madden, have come here today from Portland to present their unique perspective. This team has been fully engaged in sustainable investing since the 1990s. Over their decades of experience, they have developed a proprietary method that they apply to the distinctive thinking and expansive research. Their investment expertise is substantial and detailed. On top of the boasting an excellent track record, they are more importantly an authentic sustainability-focused team in every aspect of the process. Recently, the U.S. has been a significant marketplace reaction to environmental, social, and governance-focused products and flows. It is oftentimes a negative reaction, to which I know most of the people in this room shake their heads in frustration. This is largely due to the extreme politicalization as well as the changing regulatory landscape. However, as with any initial uncertainties, there later comes a balance. For those who see the ongoing value in responsible investing, Calamos stands alongside them to weather this storm. After the noise settles, I am certain that sustainability will remain a primary focus of all investing and successful businesses throughout the world. In the EU, the appetite for sustainability products remain quite strong. We listen to the global stockholders. That is why we began in 2024 by launching a new sustainable UCITS fund in Luxembourg that will soon be available to investors in more than 15 international jurisdictions. The Calamos Antetokounmpo U.S. Sustainable Equities Fund is part of a suite of funds that Calamos Investments offers in partnership with Giannis Antetokounmpo of the NBA's Milwaukee Bucks, who is known for his basketball prowess and philanthropic endeavors worldwide. We partner with Giannis because of our shared values. Giannis and I agree that family, community, economic empowerment, and environmental sustainability are key areas in which we can do some good. We aim to invest in the companies that have strong financial metrics and seek to address non-financial risk-related governance, ecological impact, and human development. To accomplish this, we look for companies that are realizing positive social and environmental benefits across market cycles. At Calamos, sustainable investing isn't just about the products we put forth. It is about the people power and conviction behind everything that we do. We have people across the departments who participate in 3 Calamos working groups that focus on sustainability and corporate responsibility. These groups report to an advisory council, which is comprised of the firm's senior leaders. The council concentrates on evolving Calamos sustainability and corporate responsibility targets to stay ahead of the expectations of the marketplace. As a result, we not only serve the needs of investors, but we make a positive impact with the direction we make along the way. Sustainable business naturally inspires infinite conversations around these issues. That is the reason we are here today. Calamos Investments is delighted to serve as presenting sponsor and to participate in the vigorous decisions that will be surely take place over the next few years. I wish the Miami Herbert staff and all the participants a stimulating and successful CSO Summit and Symposium. And now, I'm pleased to kick off the day by inviting up to the stage Professor Christina Boczkaj and our first panel on corporate reporting standards. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today to see you guys come to this wonderful event. My name is Christina Boczkaj. I'm an associate professor of accounting here at the University of Miami. I also work as an academic advisor to ISSB technical staff. I thank you, Dan, for the opportunity to moderate this session, and I also thank wonderful panelists for joining us today. So who are the panelists today? We have Elizabeth Seeger, who is a full-time board member at the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB. She's joining us remotely from Washington, D.C. Over the past 2 years, she has been working nonstop towards achieving the global sustainability standards, working on ISSB standards. We also have Miguel Peña, who is joining us from Royal Caribbean Group. Miguel is the head of ESG strategic planning and reporting at the company. He leads all the sustainability-related initiatives, including disclosure, including data management, planning, so on and so forth. Last but not least, we have Chris Hagler, who has more than 20 years of business expertise working with different clients on achieving environmental, social governance. So today the conversation will be very interesting as we have different perspectives from the standard setters, from preparers, and from auditors too, because Chris, I forgot to mention, she has also a lot of experience on the auditing side as she has been working for EY. So the way, since we have a remote speaker, the way we planned the session, Elizabeth will give us a short overview of ISSB standards, what they have accomplished over the past 2 years, which have been very busy for IFRS Foundation for ISSB. Then we'll open for questions from the audience, and I will lead the conversation with the questions I prepared. Okay, so let's get started. Elizabeth, the floor is yours. Please share your screen and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person with you all today in what I think and assume is beautiful Miami. I'm going to talk, as Christina mentioned, about the work of the ISSB. I'm going to start with a very quick reminder of how we got here. Then I'll do an even quicker overview of the standards that you all may have seen or may not have seen, and then land with what is it that we're working on now and looking forward. I can't see you all, so I'm just going to imagine that you all are there and smiling back at me as I talk about the very exciting work of standards first thing in the morning. So I'm going to share some slides here and then talk as quickly as possible about the content so we can get onto the conversation. So first of all, just as a reminder about the creation of the ISSB, was really announced at the end of 2021 and was created in response to a lot of the issues that you all in the room are facing right now, and I was facing as a practitioner before I joined the ISSB in October of 2022. And that is that there was just an increasing amount of demand on preparers, many of us answering the same question 3 different ways, collecting data just to be able to respond to questionnaires and taking a lot of our time and effort to do so. Meanwhile, investors saying that they were not getting decision useful information that they were able to use to make decisions around their investments. But what was really interesting about the time, from my perspective, that was new, was that the financial regulators were also getting involved in this. And we heard from the G20, the G7, IOSCO, and the Financial Stability Board, among many others, that they needed a solution to this challenge as well, such that they could have a clear pathway for mandating sustainability disclosures in their own marketplaces. And so following a public consultation period, the ISSB was created as part of the IFRS Foundation. And the IFRS Foundation, for those of you who don't know, have the IASB, the International Accounting Standards Board, which is now the sister board of the ISSB. And as a sustainability practitioner myself, there's a couple of things that I think is particularly interesting about this structure. The first is that the foundation, through its work on the accounting standards, has 20 years of experience in developing standards for the global capital market, and therefore has a very well-established due process for taking into account market input and developing standards that are relevant for countries and companies around the world. The other thing that I think is particularly interesting as a former practitioner is that the IFRS Foundation, through its work, historic work, has many deep relationships with jurisdictions around the world. In fact, the standards from the IASB are used in over 140 jurisdictions around the world today. So this is really an interesting platform through which sustainability-related disclosures could be mandated in dozens of markets around the world in some form or another. And I will come back to that point in a moment. The ISSB is fully focused on this point right here, which is enhancing the investor-company dialogue, which is to produce information that is decision useful for investors, which doesn't just mean the information is available, but also that it's quality information, while also being cost-effective for preparers. And I recognize that that might not be cost-effective right away as we're all building the systems and structures that and the controls that we need to be able to provide this information. But over time, working to streamline and make more efficient the reporting and disclosure process. And in fact, the development of the ISSB itself was a big step in this direction, as the ISSB was created through the consolidation of a number of different frameworks and standards, which many of you all and many thousands of companies around the world are using today, including the integrated reporting framework, the SASB standards, on which I was on the board as a volunteer prior to becoming a full-time ISSB board member, as well as the CDSB, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, and most recently the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, where the Financial Stability Board turned over the future work of the TCFD and monitoring of its implementation to the ISSB this past summer. And so what we're seeking to build here is what we call a truly global baseline of sustainability disclosures. And that is that we're seeking to solve this need of the capital markets by providing or writing and maintaining standards that enable companies to communicate to investors globally. But we also recognize that jurisdictions are going to have their own policy goals, so they can build on top of the baseline as we've described it. And that also companies will have additional stakeholders beyond their investors to which they may want to communicate. And so you can build on top of that as well. And for that, we have an MOU in place with the Global Reporting Initiative, seeking to help streamline and make clear the pathway for companies that want to communicate both to their investors in a decision useful way and also to other stakeholders using the well-established GRI standards. And so this is our recent milestones, and then I'll switch gears and talk about the standards, just to highlight a few of these that might be of interest and that happened in the last 12 months. First, this is a truly global board, the ISSB. I am actually based just outside of Washington, DC. There's 14 of us. We have offices in Frankfurt, Montreal, and Beijing, in addition to a research office in San Francisco, and also the headquarters of the IFRS Foundation in London, and then people like me who are somewhere in between. We had IOSCO endorse the ISSB standards. That's the International Organization of Securities Commissioners, endorsed the ISSB standards this past summer, which is the first time they did any endorsement of standards in 20 years. First being the IASB standards about 20 years or so ago. We completed the international applicability of the SASB standards project, which is to reduce the barriers to global adoption of the standards, which do refer to the SASB industry-specific standards quite significantly, which I'll talk about in a moment. So that was completed. We also launched an IFRS Sustainability Knowledge Hub, which is part of our efforts to build the capacity to report on the ISSB standards, and that I will also talk about a little bit more in a moment. And the final thing I'll highlight on this, which is one of our most recent updates, is that we launched our preview of the Jurisdictional Adoption Guide, which is a tool that we are using to support jurisdictions, which are also somewhat new to sustainability reporting as they navigate their process of mandating disclosures in their marketplace. And again, more to come on that in my presentation as well. So I'm going to do like the super high version overview of the standards just to make sure people understand some of the key points that I think are important in the standards. I do want to acknowledge that there are full hour and a half long webinars on each of these standards and a lot more information on our website for those of you who are interested. But I'll highlight a few things of both of the two standards, which were published at the end of June 2023. First is S1. Oftentimes people hear about S2, which is our climate standard, but I, as both a preparer in my former life and an investor in my former life, think S1 is actually one of the real innovations in sustainability disclosures that the ISSB standards bring. And the first on that first point, just to unpack it a little bit, it asks for the disclosure of material information about sustainability related risks and opportunities with financial statements to meet investor needs. And two things I'll highlight about that slide, that one point, because there's a lot buried in there. One is that S1 is relevant for all sustainability related risks and opportunities. Oftentimes people think of the ISSB as climate only. In fact, we are climate first, which is where we have our first thematic standard. But in fact, our standards do ask for disclosures across all sustainability related risks and opportunities that are relevant and material information about that. And we also have it at the same time as the financial statements, which frankly, I think will be one of the hardest things for people to start doing. And there is a release period built into the standards, recognizing that it will be challenging, but it's really about bringing that investor relevant information together with the other investor relevant information that companies are disclosing. Point out a couple of other things, including that the standards apply the TCFD architecture to all sustainability related risks and opportunities. And that architecture, which many of you are probably familiar with, is the governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. So we're talking about really a holistic picture of how these risks and opportunities are facing the company and what the company is doing about it. It also requires industry-specific disclosures. So we heard from investors and companies alike that this is important for various reasons. We do have a webinar specifically on this topic if you're interested. And we reference the SASB standards as a primary input to how companies should think about what those disclosures may be. The last thing I'll say about S1, which is not on this slide, but I think should be, is that it really brings the discipline of accounting to this otherwise undisciplined disclosure landscape that we've been dealing with, including defining what do we mean by materiality? What is the reporting entity? How do we deal with assumptions and estimates? How do we deal with errors? What's the reporting time period, et cetera? So there's a lot really built into S1 that I think changes how we might think about sustainability disclosures going forward. And then very quickly on S2, which is our thematic climate standard, which many people think about. I'm not going to spend too much time on here, but just to highlight a couple of things. S2 cannot be used without a significant part of S1. As I mentioned, S1 introduces the accounting concepts that are so important, including materiality, and thinking about how do you consider the materiality of your climate disclosures in scopes 1, 2, and or 3, as S2 does include, as do all of our standards, a consideration of the sustainability related risks and opportunities in the value chain. Again, subject to that assessment of materiality. Moving on, I will just highlight that one of the really exciting things and important aspects of the ISSB standards is this is not all new, right? I mentioned earlier that this started with the consolidation of a number of organizations. And so in fact, companies that are using any of those foundations, and in particular TCFD and SASB, are already well on the way to the ISSB standards, as are those who have been using the integrated reporting framework and the CDSB standards. So we have well-known terminology and concepts. In addition to those that I mentioned, we rely on the greenhouse gas protocol as the way to define greenhouse gas emissions categories and disclosures. We also have introduced the consideration of proportionality, right? So meeting a company where it is, using reasonable and supportable information that is available without undue cost or effort, for example, and commensurate with the skills and capabilities and resources of a company. And then we provide a number of pieces of guidance, which I'll describe a bit more in a moment, as well as transitional reliefs, such as a 1-year relief on providing certain scope 3 emissions versus when you provide scopes 1 and 2 emissions. And that's just one example. I'll end my comments with our 2024 priorities, and I actually have a slide for each of these columns, so just a few more to go. These are our priorities for the coming year. First is supporting implementation, which we think is really critical to building that global baseline that we want to make sure we put in place. Core to this is working with a number of our staff members on our capacity building program, which is led by our Vice Chair, Jingdong Hua, who used to be Treasurer of the World Bank and has developed a program with a very significant focus on capacity building in the global South. So you can't have a global baseline without that portion of the emerging markets. We are also working on adoption, and I will spend a little bit more time talking about the jurisdictional adoption in a moment, but working with people like you all and with our partners to support both the mandatory adoption, which I'll talk more about in a moment, as well as voluntary adoption, which we see as the primary mechanism of adoption here in the United States. And then finally, we're working on our future work plan. So now that the 2 standards are done, what do we work on next? That's what we've been deliberating on for the last few months, and our upcoming board meeting at the end of April will be really basically finalizing our work plan for the next 2 years. Just super quickly, just for your all reference, I mentioned capacity building and educational material being core to our our number one focus area, which is implementation support. This is just some examples of the materials that we've already produced and some of the materials that are in progress right now. And these will all be made public on our website, either in the Knowledge Hub that I mentioned earlier or in other parts of our website. So more to come on this. As I mentioned, the jurisdictional adoption is a key part of the work that we're doing. Currently, there are about 15 jurisdictions that are somewhere in the process of consideration of the ISSB standards or some hopefully close variation of the ISSB standards in their marketplaces. And the adoption guide is intended to support the jurisdictions on that journey, since many of them are new to it, while also providing some transparency to the capital market on where the countries are, or the jurisdictions are on that particular journey, because that will be important as investors are looking at the information. For those of you who are interested, we actually have a website on our webpage, a page on our website that lists all of the open consultations that we're aware of, in case you're interested in participating in those public consultations. And then finally, looking forward in our balance of activities, as I mentioned, our number one focus is on supporting the implementation of the current standards. We are also now committed to continuing our support and enhancement of the industry-specific SASB standards. So for those of you who are SASB users or are following that work, do anticipate a renewed focus from the ISSB on that to make sure that those standards are up to date and fit for purpose in the coming months and years. And that will follow the ISSB due process, which will entail public consultation and opportunities for you all to weigh in. And then we'll also begin some new research project, which we will be deliberating on at the end of this month in our April meeting. And it could be that we are deciding to focus on the topics of human capital, human rights, for biodiversity and ecosystem services. That's all to be determined, sort of what the right mix of that is going to be going forward. But those of you who are interested can either watch that video live, it's sure to be exciting, or catch the summary afterwards. And so with that, Christina, I will end my presentation and remain on the line for any questions that might come up. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Dan, do we have a mic for questions? If any questions from the audience? We'll have the panel open until, I don't know what time we end the panel, but we'll have the panel open for questions throughout. But I see one question right there. So right there in the middle. Yeah, for Elizabeth, and then we'll, yeah.
Actually, it's for the three, but also mainly Elizabeth. Hi, Professor Garrigo in the business school. So I'm going to talk about what I think is the elephant in the room, GRI, and I'm going to also show my prejudice or bias. I think it's past its prime, and I know you all are working on an MOU with GRI, but I'm just seeing that there are a number of things that are happening in terms of more strategic focus on material issues in companies, as well as really attacking greenwashing, which is also, I think, a good thing, because it's not just about stories, it's about outcomes and impacts, right? And I think GRI is somewhat focused on that kind of story. So I'm wondering, if I should be challenged and think otherwise about GRI.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'll take sure. I'll answer that a little bit from the perspective of the ISSB. And honestly, when you started your question and you said the elephant in the room, I didn't know which elephant you might be talking about. There's lots of elephants in our room over here. But on the GRI, I'm not going to comment on sort of where they are in their maturity / journey. What we do know, though, is that thousands of companies around the world use the GRI standards, and some jurisdictions around the world also mandate the use of the GRI standards. And our goal is twofold when we're speaking to the GRI or to any other standards that are out there. We want to reduce duplicative reporting wherever possible. Again, going back to that streamlining goal and making sure we're doing this as cost effectively as possible. And also to make sure that we're not obscuring the investor relevant information that investors really need. And so that's the spirit with which we enter into all of these conversations. And for the GRI, with those thousands of companies and even some jurisdictions using it, our goal is to make sure that the pathway for a company seeking to use both, or a jurisdiction seeking to use both, is as clear as possible, right? We're not going to be informed necessarily by what the GRI is doing or not, in the sense that it's not going to affect what goes into our standards in a significant way. We have our own due process, but we do want to make sure that that pathway is as clear as possible. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Elizabeth? Yeah, one more.
So it seems like ultimately it comes down to whether or not the stock exchanges around the world require.
She cannot hear you. 1 second.
Yeah, so ultimately, I think it comes down to whether or not the stock exchanges around the world require their issuers to report according to a standard. Just curious where you're at in your journey with regard to discussion with various stock exchanges across the world in regard to adopting these standards.
Yeah, that's a great question, and you're right that that is an important audience. There are also other really important audiences, and I'll just mention that a number of the voluntary mechanisms or platforms are also really important, right? So, for example, the CDP announced, was it 2 COPs ago or 1 COP ago, that they were going to integrate the S2 standard into their questionnaire, which is an example of a mechanism that we're working on. And there's many others as well. I am not personally involved in the stock exchanges engagement, so I can't really comment on that, except for to say that you're right, and that is on our radar, as are the other sort of mechanisms that we're seeking to leverage to support the adoption worldwide.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on with the questions that I have for the panelists who are in person here today. And my first question comes with what Elizabeth alluded to. She mentioned that in the United States, sustainability reporting up until recently has been completely voluntary. So I would like to ask Chris and Miguel about which factors were driving these voluntary sustainability reporting initiatives, and were you doing that at request of your stakeholders, or were there other factors driving these voluntary, again, and costly too, initiatives? So I don't know if you want to start, Chris or Miguel.
I'm happy to start. When I started with EY, which was 2012, we did a study and said, who is your most important stakeholder as it relates to your sustainability report? And at that time, the employees were the most important stakeholder. And I don't think that stakeholder has gone away. Right. We've spent a lot of time, and I think you're right, the stock exchanges are really important, but that's the investor stakeholder, and it's just one of the stakeholders. So I think, the voluntary came from, I want my employees to understand what we're doing. I want them to get excited. I want them to see this progress and make more progress and do more. And so the voluntary has been great because it's been helping companies get their thoughts together. Sylvia, I think GRI is a great start, but it's, evolving to something else maybe now. But now we almost saw this complete shift over to investors. It was like when Larry Fink said it was important, then everybody got all excited. I know I got excited because then all the CFOs care about it and everything else. So I think we kind of went really far and said the investor is the most important stakeholder. And today, with some of this regulatory, that continues to be the way we're going as companies are shifting over there. I would say though, but don't forget about all of the other stakeholders like your customers, right? And consumers, which you guys have to deal with a whole lot more. So it's still the whole broad stakeholder group, even though everybody's talking primarily about the investors, would be my perspective.
Miguel.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. And thank you for the invitation. At Royal Caribbean, we've had a long history of reporting stewardship and then sustainability and then ESG, and now probably back to stewardship or some iteration. But it's been a long journey that has evolved. The drivers have, as you noted, shifted from perhaps employees and internal audience, or maybe some regulators. Initially, our journey began with primarily an environmental stewardship report, and that document helped to communicate our strategy around our responsible operations. So we needed a way to express how we were approaching the most sensitive topics as a seagoing business and in the tourism space. Many stakeholders wanted to understand how we deal with the most material issues, and the concept of materiality was not perhaps as prominent as it is today, advanced by the GRI. And that continued to evolve. The audiences shifted. Of course, primarily now is investor. We talk about having investor useful information as one of the key purposes of our disclosure exercise, but also the employee audience and prospective employees, especially as a tool for attracting talent, for retaining talent. All these are important factors. But I would say that as a practitioner, one of the key drivers for reporting is not just so much the reporting exercise and producing a report, is the strategic planning value of the reporting journey. The concept of mapping your stakeholders, understanding what their interests are, engaging these stakeholders through different channels, through dialogue, whether it's in interviews and surveys, or talking to suppliers, talking to regulators, communities. Some of this type of engagement didn't really exist before sustainability reporting became a practice embraced by corporations. And then all this produces a list of material topics. What are the topics of most interest to these stakeholders? And then from there, you develop a list of prioritized initiatives and strategies that can address those concerns and can help to shape your sustainability agenda going forward. So it creates value from that perspective, in addition to just communicating. So as you see, it evolved from trying to tell a story through a different channel to becoming the center and the core of how we organize, how we plan our actions to address the most important topics.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to dig deeper into this. Right now, we are in the transition phase from voluntary to mandatory, right? A lot of things happen in Europe. The SEC recently decided to mandate climate-related reporting. So Miguel and Chris, can you please comment on this transition? For you, Miguel, for Royal Caribbean, right? And Chris, for what are you hearing from companies you work with?
It's a really fun topic to talk about,
right.
the whole voluntary to mandatory kind of thing. On one hand, the shift to mandatory reporting is kind of good because it brings the laggards along. Like the people who have been putting it off, they just can't anymore, right? They have to report. And maybe they'll accidentally find something in their reporting and actually start to make progress on some of these issues that we're all trying to make progress on. So the mandatory reporting is really useful for that. The mandatory reporting will be great when it's truly standard. But you heard Elizabeth. I mean,
Right.
We've been talking about the alphabet soup of standards. She threw, I mean, I don't know how many you said over there, how many different acronyms you said. I didn't count, but I could throw out another dozen in addition to what she said. And even when you have standard reporting, like standard, let's use the air quotes around that, standard mandatory reporting like CSRD in Europe, the different countries are adopting it differently. So when it becomes law in the different countries, they could do what's called gold plating, which says, I'm going to add some more things into it. So even standard isn't standard yet. So when it becomes standard, it'll make it much easier for people like Miguel and all the practitioners in the room, but we're still not there yet. It's been a really long journey. We've still got some more to go. So I think that that's certainly part of the shift from voluntary to mandatory reporting. I think from the perspective of the CSOs, the ones that I'm working with, it's also kind of a blessing and a curse. Like they're really excited to have more support. There's this role now called the ESG controller in a lot of big companies, which are helping to gather this information and report it, especially if it's going to go into a financial report. And that's really helpful. It's also, again, a challenge where you've got somebody called an ESG controller that doesn't know anything about ESG, kind of telling you how to do your job or how to report. So it's a whole nother set of stakeholders for CSOs to engage. And some of it's even inside their own company. So I think there's a bit of a challenge there that's happening. But in my view, one of the most important skills of any chief sustainability officer is the ability to influence, and the ability to bring people along. Yes, they're really great at their jobs. They understand the technical. You know how to get, what to do, but how to get it done is like the biggest challenge. And I think this shift to mandatory is going to make that influence role even more important going forward.
Most definitely agree. At Royal Caribbean, the shift to regulatory disclosures, I have to say, as a practitioner, it's most welcome for many different reasons. One, of course, is the standardization. The concept of bringing people together internally aligned under
and they have to
having to produce
they have to show up at your meeting.
Yes, indeed, and having to provide the data, provide the information. It's no longer just the ESG team. Right now, there are other important stakeholders that are counting on this information. But I think what it's more than anything, it's creating a shift in mindset internally, because the teams have to produce data with a lot more rigor. The apparatus that supports it also needs to be upgraded, meaning data management, data collection, the verification of this information has to be, I'm sure you've heard this concept, the SOXification of ESG. We're trying to bring SOX standards to ESG data, and that is very difficult because ESG data is a full spectrum from all areas of the organization, not just GHGs, GHG emissions, but also all other environmental metrics that are unique to each industry. You have perhaps health and safety metrics, you have human capital, and you have some governance metrics, and just the myriad that we have. And so each one are a different level of sophistication in terms of how they track their performance, the metrics that they do have, how they collect them, how they communicate them. And so each individual sort of subject matter expert internally will have to upgrade their processes to meet the expectations of this new standard in reporting. So it's quite a daunting challenge. We see the teams realigning as well. You mentioned the concept of the ESG controllership. That unit is also coming as a result of the involvement of the external financial reporting teams. So the folks who are currently in charge of producing the SEC disclosures are now having to get involved through trying to bring into their world some of this data that is not to the level of consistency and perhaps the standards that they're used to. So that creates a lot of challenges. The audit team in helping to establish the systems, the controls, the processes in place. So again, it's a shift in mindset. It's a realignment of the organization, but it is most welcome because finally we'll be able to work as a symphony internally to produce these documents.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this discussion about challenges or costs when it comes to standardized sustainability reporting. So Elizabeth, I want to direct this question to you as a standard setter. What challenges do you hear about as a standard setter, right? So you have your consultations every time you develop new standards. What companies complain about, or maybe not complain but raise as a challenge, as a concern when it comes to standard-based sustainability reporting?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm hearing a lot of the same things from the conversations I'm having that the two panelists just mentioned around sort of change in team and scope of the role, et cetera. And that's always, and not a challenge always, but an opportunity sometimes for this, but definitely organizations are on a learning curve here. In the consultation period, we got a lot of feedback as it related to, yes, investors want all this, but we companies think this is what we can do. And a lot of the deliberations that the board does as it relates to developing the standards is finding that good middle ground between the two, which includes looking at what is the prevailing practice, is there a practice yet established here, and then also introducing some of the reliefs mechanisms and proportionality mechanisms that I mentioned before. But now that the standards are here, and we're seeing different things happening in different jurisdictions around the world, including here in the US and then in Europe, the thing I'm hearing the most is the concern around regulatory fragmentation and having to create 3 or 4 different reports or 5 different reports for companies that are across borders in various different ways. And that's what we are focused on at the ISSB as much as possible, is it right now that the standards are out, is addressing that so that we don't end up basically where we started with voluntary fragmentation and landing in a regulatory fragmentation. So for those of you who are interested in that particular issue, again, I'll point to our jurisdictional adoption guide and the open consultations there. And also mention, at least as it relates to Europe, we'll be coming out with an interoperability guide that helps companies navigate between the ISSB standards and the ESRSs and vice versa in the coming weeks. And the team is also looking at very carefully the overlap between the ISSB standards and the SEC rule, which is currently paused, to enable, again, companies as much as possible to easily navigate between the two as much as possible. And so what we're seeking to do as the ISSB is really sort of create this, what we call a passport mechanism, where you're creating one report that will take you most of the way in various different jurisdictions. And of course, a lot of the companies that we speak to are sort of in this paralysis mode right now, trying to figure out exactly what to do given all of the different moving pieces around the world. And I certainly empathize with that 100%.
Thank you. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and ask the question about the importance of internal verification. Miguel, you had a different term for that, SOXification or whatever that is. Internal controls, internal verification, as well as external assurance, right? So Chris, I hope you can comment on that since you have such a vast experience in auditing. So can you talk a little bit about the audit process of sustainability related information? Is it the same process as we use for our general purpose financial reports? Do you expect it to be any different? And if different, in which ways, so on and so forth. So can you please comment on that?
So I'm thinking the only thing more fun than talking about standards is talking about auditing, right? So because the information is going in your SEC filings and CSRD both require assurance, you're going to have to deal with it, right? And again, because it's not necessarily a bad thing because it forces you to have significantly better data, significantly, better information with which to make decisions, which is why we do this, which is to us, the most important thing is that we've had good information to make good decisions. And yes, we want the investors to know all this stuff too. So there's two levels of assurance. And so both the SEC and CSRD require, as you get started, what's called review or limited assurance. It's called two different things depending on what standard. And what that is, it's a lower level of assurance, and it's a negative statement. Nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe this information is not presented fairly. So it's a lighter level of assurance. It's usually done by what they call analytics, which means I'm, kind of comparing information. I'm not necessarily looking at every invoice to make sure that this number matches something else, but it's a lighter level of insurance or assurance. Exam level is the same as your financial statements. So it could be called exam, it could be called reasonable, again, depending on what standard somebody is using. And that's a positive statement. It says, we've looked at all this information, we've double checked it, we've got the evidence behind all of this, and we think it is absolutely presented fairly. Well, no auditor would ever use the word absolutely, but in general, yes, it's presented fairly. So that is most of these, I never quite remember the exact, but usually you have to have the review for both CSRD and SEC at the beginning, and then like 2 or 3 years later, you have to advance, and I don't know the exact dates, and Elizabeth may know that. So then you have to think about, who do I use to do the audit? You absolutely could use your Big Four auditor to do that. They all have groups to do that. I'm not sure that they're regional. If you have sort of that next tier down, I'm not sure they all have that capability. And then there are a lot of boutique firms that can do the assurance for you. So when you think about who you want to use, I would look at a couple of different things. One would be, if the information is going in your financial statements, I promise your CFO is going to be much happier if you use your Big Four auditor, whoever, to do that. I would, though, also think, you want to make sure that somebody is independent. Sometimes the boutique firms, the Big Four won't do this, but sometimes the big boutique firms will say, well, these people will help you with strategy, and these people over here that also work here will help you with assurance. I don't believe any of these walls between. I'm not thinking that that's independent. So I think you really want independent. You also want to ask what standards somebody is using when they're doing the assurance. So ISAE is the international standard. In the United States, the AICPA has standards, and that's what the CPAs use here. And then they're actually creating, because we need more acronyms and more standards, the International Standard on Sustainability Assurance, the ISSA, is coming from the IAASB. It will help you with your CSRD assurance and the ISSB. I mean, really, it's over the top, but figure out, make sure they're using some sort of professional standard, because that's how you know that they're going to have good quality. The other thing I would do is really ask who is doing the actual assurance. The process of assuring data is the same as it is with financial assurance, right? You're saying this is how they said they were preparing it. This is how they prepared it. Here's the gaps. You do the analytics. The actual process is the same. But if they have somebody on the team that actually doesn't know the content, I would question that. I mean, I would really say, when you go and you engage somebody to do your auditing, say, who is going to be on the team? And, have they even heard of the greenhouse gas protocol? Because I think they're taking a lot of financial auditors and they're not giving them the context and the subject matter expertise. And I think you want that. I think you want somebody to understand that there are multiple sources of emissions, not just, your facilities or something like that. So I think that's really important as you think about it. So ask who is going to be on the team. And then one more quick thing. I bet you're going to, hopefully you'll talk about internal audit and using them as your support. There's also a thing called pre-assurance, which is, again, any of these auditors will do it for you. It's not an official report, but they go through the whole process, and they'll help you really look at your data and see how the quality of the data is. If you think you have a lot of problems with your data, well, I would absolutely do pre-assurance, and I would not use who you think your auditor is going to be, because you want whoever it is who is helping you identify those problems maybe to help you remediate them. If you think your data is pretty clean, then I would use your auditor, because then you're going to get it's going to be easier. You should get some efficiencies when they actually do the audit. So that pre-assurance is a stage that I highly recommend to clean everything up before you get to the official audit. But even before that, internal audit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Fully agree. And thank you for the overview. That's very thorough. We have gone through, over the past 4 reporting cycles, increasingly rigorous internal audit of our entire ESG report. So in partnership with our internal audit team, we developed a system to prepare an inventory of claims. We review the content of our report before it's published and identify anything that could be, constituted as a statement of claim. And we then identify supporting evidence for each one of these. We have different levels that we're comfortable with. We're always striving to the highest level of accuracy and completeness. And that's both for qualitative and quantitative claims. We of course publish also a performance table that is, we have roughly 140 different data points. And over the past few years, we've had a steady increase in the total number of data points that are third-party assured. And so every year, from last year over year, we are just ready to publish a report, but we increased that number by 120%. So it's exponentially growing. Now that we have this regulatory driver behind us, then that gives us an extra impulse. But in general, our internal audit team is key, and our third-party verifiers of this information help us not only go through the data points that we have in the scope of work, but sometimes we include the pre-assurance, or what would it take to take the same data point from a limited assurance to a reasonable assurance in the not-so-distant future that we know is coming. So as a company, this is something that we've been doing before it was required, before we knew the regulatory environment demanded it, because we want to make sure that we can stand behind every one of the claims that goes into it. We definitely don't communicate information that is not accurate or able to be supported. And in many cases, as the report development goes, sometimes we do have a story, but we don't have enough information because the data collection process is not enough. We unfortunately have to, pass on that nice gem of a story. But it is key. It is central to our process, and most definitely will be going forward.
Do you guys use your financial auditor, or do you use a boutique firm to do your third-party?
It's not our financial auditor, but I wouldn't say they're boutique either. They're one of the largest, maritime assurance. So DNV and Lloyd's. We've worked with Lloyd's LRQA in the past. We work with DNV currently, but I think obviously as we merge our or increase our collaboration with the controller's office, then probably one of the big fours will step in to assist with the process going forward.
Yeah, thank you. We are running a bit out of time. We started on Miami time, and now we are out of time. So I just want to make sure that we don't ignore the audience. And do you have one last question to the panelists? We have a question right there in the middle. Something to go home with. I hope that question is about that.
Good morning. I am one of 4 MSSB students who, for our capstone project, have been working with State Street, unpacking the new TNFD framework. And as it emerges on the world stage as a global reporting standard. Our question is in regards to the biodiversity standard, and I guess this goes to Ms. Seeger, and whether or not you see it following TCFD's trajectory in terms of absorption.
Thanks for the question. And one of the other elephants that could have been in the room in the first question. So the answer is, to be determined. I think a couple of things are still, for deliberation. One is, where are we going to focus our research efforts going forward as a board, and that will be determined primarily in the upcoming meeting at the end of the month in terms of, from a subject matter perspective, what is our research going to look like? And frankly, that's a decision on a research project, not necessarily a standard project, right? So before you can even launch a standard project, you have to determine whether a standard is needed, and that follows through the research. To the extent that project or any of the industry-specific work that we do touches on biodiversity or nature, ecosystem services, it will of course take into account the work that's already been done by the TNFD for an input to that research. What I can't say is that it will follow exactly the same trajectory as the TCFD, the TCFD, because we have to also take into account the concept of materiality and investor need versus broader stakeholder needs, to the extent that's relevant for the TNFD. So in other words, more to come, but will certainly in any case be an input anytime we look at adjacent topics to the ones that they've addressed already.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, please join me in thanking our panelists today.
Interesting.
Don't matter. Yeah. Yeah. We should have kept her on screen. I know, right? I know. Let's get her back. Elizabeth's awesome.
So Okay, we're going to get started here with our ESG investing session. If anybody hears me out in the lobby, come on in. Okay, so I know there's lots of people still out in the lobby, so I'm sure they'll be trickling in as they notice that things are getting underway. We're a little behind schedule today, but I think we'll be okay. If we bleed into the coffee break a little bit, we'll be able to get back on track, I think, generally. I am very excited about this next session for obvious reasons, given the fact that it's a team from Calamos, which is our presenting sponsor, that have come all the way out from Wisconsin and Oregon to be here. But Jim and Tony were clients last year, along with their colleague Beth, on an impact reporting project that my graduate students engaged in. And so we had a nice long 9 months working with them on identifying areas of engagement within their portfolio. And so it's really terrific to have them here to talk about their investing strategy with all of you, given the very important relationship that's formed between our business school and Calamos Investments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tony Tursich.
Oh, thanks for that, Daniel. My name is Tony Tursich, and I co-manage the sustainable equity strategies for Calamos Investments. In this session, we're going to be discussing a topic that has recently become politically charged, ESG, or environmental, social, and governance investing, also referred to as sustainable investing, has become politicized in the US to the extent that it is inhibiting rational dialogue. All participants share some blame. ESG has struggled because some early adopters have implemented it unsophisticatedly, thinking they're saving the world. ESG adversaries have opposed it hastily on the war against wokeism, and ESG opportunists have exploited it for their own self-interest, rolling out disingenuous ESG-labeled products with higher fees. Supporters and critics have become so absorbed with endorsing and disparaging ESG that they've lost sight of the primary goal. ESG is about producing long-term value, a goal that's hard to politicize. We have a terrific panel here to unpack the state of ESG today. But before we begin the discussion, I'd like to describe the Calamos Sustainable Equities team approach to ESG, followed by a brief video to help drive the rationale of sustainable investing. 25 years ago, my team took the view that how a company interacts with the environment, its employees, the communities where they operate, and society at large is material to a business and its future prospects. So, in addition to fundamental and business analysis, we use alternative data to make better investment decisions and build stronger, more durable portfolios. In other words, we evaluate unpriced externalities that can have a consequential impact on a company's bottom line. We believe that these factors will play a greater role in the assessment of asset values across public markets. We analyze strategic and operational data around a company's waste streams, materials and water use, energy efficiency, employee relations, and the quality and integrity of management. This is an enhancement to the investment process. It gives us a more holistic and complete view of risk and opportunity. And to be clear, we do this because it makes us better investors and increases our chances for outperformance with less risk. We combine fundamental analysis with material non-financial analysis to identify what we call global leaders. Global leaders are companies that are compounding excess profits over time and have better growth prospects than their peers. Global leaders are also managing their ESG risk and opportunities well. If they don't, they will have a hard time keeping up with their competitors. Firms that don't adapt to rising environmental constraints, changing consumer preferences, and societal shifts will face significant challenges. Our worldview on the business and financial side is aligned with a quality growth investment style. Again, we are looking for companies that are building shareholder value and reinvesting excess profits back into a high returning business. In other words, we're looking for quality compounders, which we refer to as global leaders. Global leaders have defining business characteristics that enable a company to create long-term shareholder value. Global leaders are exposed to long-term secular growth trends. Some examples of long-term growth trends that we seek exposure to are digitalization, electrification, decarbonization, and automation. Global leaders also have leading and growing market share among their peers. Global leaders are innovators and have the best products and services in the marketplace. And finally, global leaders have a strong and capable management team that can execute to strategy. These qualitative characteristics that we look for more often than not translate into superior operating fundamentals and positive economic profits. These superior operating fundamentals are inherent in the companies we own and our portfolio characteristics. Global leaders have higher return on invested capital, return on equity, higher margins, and better future growth potential than their peers. Our worldview on the non-financial or the sustainability side is based on a concept called One Planet Prosperity. One Planet Prosperity is about improving human well-being within the biocapacity limits of our planet. We believe that companies that are working toward this realization are more likely to retain and create value in an increasingly constrained future where competition for resources and market share are more intense. We have a process and criteria set in place that we've been using for over 2 decades to determine if a company measures up to our expectations in this regard. So we have a short video that provides kind of a window into our view on the One Planet Prosperity concept and how that shapes our sustainable investment criteria and investment process. So let's take a look at the video.
The Calamos Sustainable Equities team aims to generate superior returns by investing in global leaders. We define global leaders as companies that are consistently generating positive economic profits over time and have better growth potential than their peers. To accomplish this, these companies need to understand the forces that are shaping the economy and their industries. Throughout history, humanity has achieved remarkable feats of innovation and progress, from the creation of complex societies to advancements in food systems and medicine. Yet this progress has come at a price. Since the mid-century, the ecological footprint of most nations has grown, with human populations now using 1.7 times more resources and services than our planet can replenish annually. At the same time, the world's population continues to grow, all of us with basic needs for food, shelter, good health, and education. This is our context. Introducing One Planet Prosperity. As investors, our focus is on identifying global leaders who will thrive in a future of a growing population, climate change, and resource constraints. One Planet Prosperity, a concept developed by Global Footprint Network, provides us with a lens. We know we only have one planet, which is the operating space we have for true resource security. Nations with a Human Development Index of 0.7 or above are considered to have high human development in terms of their income, education, and longevity. Examining HDI and the ecological footprint over the past 20 years reveals a strong dependence on resource consumption to advance human development. Clearly, this trajectory is unsustainable, and a new path is emerging. How can we ensure fulfilling lives within the planet's limits? By moving towards One Planet Prosperity, where well-being and ecological security converge. Companies can embrace this shift by reducing their ecological footprint or improving the quality of people's lives. Calamos' Sustainable Equities team has identified several powerful business strategies which can provide companies with strategic advantages. As investors, we believe these companies not only experience lower operating costs, but also better resilience against resource limitations. In our opinion, their assets will retain value and their products and services will be in high demand. We believe that companies embracing these strategies are poised to become exceptional long-term investments. They're the global leaders. those who not only adapt to the future, but also shape it. This is Calamos' Sustainable Equity Team's investment approach. For more information, please visit calamos.com or scan the QR code on the screen.
All right, well, let's meet our panelists. Maybe we can self-introduce and explain how ESG factors intersect and influence your firm. Maybe we'll start with Erin.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm a bit of a weed amongst the roses today. So I'm actually a CSO. I lead sustainability at Jones Lang LaSalle. And I think what's been really interesting over the last 2 decades that I've been in sustainability is I've gone from defending investments we've made at the company level to investors, saying it's not a distraction, it's great for the bottom line. It's something that we're doing to become a good corporate citizen, and that will ultimately make us more valuable. So 20 years ago, no one was asking us about that, and we were defending it in very difficult discussions with investors. So it's really, really gratifying to be in this moment now, to hear the things that you're doing, to see the things that are happening. And so it's put us and me in a very different situation where now we have loads of opportunity to engage in conversations with investors. And I guess my only sort of desire would be, back to the panel this morning, a level of consistency in terms of programs, information, and what people are asking for as a CSO would be greatly welcomed, because it's still very bespoke. Every conversation is wanting to know a slightly different take on that. So delighted to dig in. Thanks for letting me join.
Thanks, Erin. Matt?
Excellent. Good morning. My name is Matt DiGiuseppe. I'm a recovering institutional investor. When I started in the space, my team was called corporate governance. When I left, the team was called stewardship. The only thing that really changed materially over that time was I no longer had to explain to my peers what I did, starting with so there's this thing called a proxy. We were able to have more of a dialogue, I think, as you observed, around sort of what really matters. Today, I'm part of PwC's Governance Insight Center, which is a small group inside of the firm that focuses on all things corporate governance and board related. So we advise boards on expectations around management, shareholders, how they can do a better job. I bring that shareholder perspective. I also engage with teams doing engagement work around corporate governance and shareholder expectations, and maintain a relationship back with all of my former peers and the broader investment community, so we can make sure that we're providing an informed opinion.
Thank you, Matt.
And I'm Jim Madden. I'm Tony's co-PM at Calamos on the Sustainable Equities team, and we've been doing this a long time. And it was funny that Erin mentioned, being bothered by people. We were the one of the people that were bothering her 20 years ago, or people like her, asking for this data. We've been doing this a long time, and it's been the major change in the SRI ESG investing landscape has been, if you were doing this 25 years ago, the information wasn't out there. You had to go to Erin and hope she was nice and she would talk to you and give you some data. There's no MSCI, you couldn't subscribe, none of this. And now, this day and age, you can go pay $50,000, MSCI will tell you what to buy if that's the way you want to go. So really the skill set has changed from getting the information to filtering the information. It's really a sea change in the way that we view ESG investing, and it's been an interesting journey.
Thanks, Jim. Well, it is an election year, so let's get political. Some 18 states have passed anti-ESG laws, and 13 states, including Florida, restrict state fiduciaries from considering non-financial characteristics when making investment decisions. On the flip side, 6 states have enacted pro-ESG laws. These rules require pension funds or state funds to consider ESG factors when making investment decisions. So the question is, are states putting short-term politics over long-term fiduciary responsibilities? Any comments on that, Jim?
Thanks, co-PM. I really appreciate that. I think it comes down to, from our perspective, hey, we're fiduciaries. We're here to produce superior financial returns. That is our job. And as you cut through a lot of the political stuff, you'll see, I think back in 2020, there was, the Trump rule around what retirement plans had to do as far as being fiduciaries and including ESG. Then in 2022, there was the Biden rule, and it's like, oh, okay, if you just saw those two things without any context, you say, well, I'm sure the Trump rule says you can't use ESG, and I'm sure the Biden rule says you must use ESG. Well, both rules said the exact same thing. You can use ESG if it helps you provide superior returns. So there is zero difference between the Biden rule and the Trump rule. And I think ultimately that's where we'll get to in this rigmarole. And after everybody postures and passes laws, look, fiduciaries, you're here to produce returns for your constituents. That's your job. If ESG helps you do that job, then you should use it.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that can get overlooked in this discussion around the political side of things is the idea of non-financial versus non-pecuniary. And it's an important distinction when you're looking and you're having the dialogue, right? Because non-financial can mean anything outside of what appears in the financial statements. And I don't know that there's a single investor that's been successful, at least, that hasn't used information that would appear outside of the financial statements to get a better idea and get better insights into how a company is performing and what its growth looks like, right? When you sort of move from the distinction of don't use anything outside the financial statements, which is kind of what plays well in a headline, but isn't really what sort of the concept is getting at, whether or not information is pecuniary, whether or not it actually is important to understanding the long-term success of an organization. And to your point, fiduciaries have been using pecuniary information exclusively in their process. Now, people can disagree on what's pecuniary. That's how markets are made, right? Markets are made by people having different ideas around the valuation of an organization. And so you have to ground the dialogue in that. And even different investors from different states and different pension funds will have disagreements. I moderated a panel a few months ago where everybody agreed that there was something that would fall under the environmental, social, and governance umbrella that contributes to a better understanding and the sustainability of a company's business operating model. They vehemently disagreed on what those things are, and that's okay. I think, and as long as you keep that dialogue grounded in what's pecuniary, that's where the investment and corporate community needs to stay in order to avoid getting dragged down into the political considerations around, what makes for a good headline or what addresses sort of the politics of the day, and really get to what we're all here for, which is creating long-term sustainable value for, yes, investors, but also for our employees, the communities that we operate in, and the services that we provide.
Thanks, Matt. Any comments on politics, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm dying to, get in there. I would say I've been actually really surprised that we haven't had more inflammatory interactions in some places. And I think obviously it's because we're not just American. Obviously, we have a huge part of our business in the US. But I mean, we're constantly in dialogue with investors outside of the US, which I think really grounds and balances that. But I think, also the panelists raise a really good point, which is once you get one level down below that analysis, it quickly, becomes very de-escalating. When we start to have a real kind of conversation about what is it that we're really looking at, and we get past that, I think we're going to find that it's much smoother than people think. The one thing that really does concern me, though, and I've seen it as a CSO, one of the things that we really need to do at JLL is help advance the decarbonization agenda in cities, right? And really partner. And that is greatly enabled by things like building benchmarking ordinances and, in a certain part of the country, electrification. And I've seen a real reluctance over the last year and a half, and some concern amongst my colleagues in different parts of the business when I say, like, hey, Detroit is, really pushing for a building benchmarking ordinance. Let's get in there and show up. And there's like, we don't want to make anyone mad because of this backlash. So even outside of this immediate area, people are worried about wading in on legitimate policy issues that, you could make an argument would advance decarbonization, but I've also made the economic argument. I've said to our leaders, if these things pass, there's a massive business opportunity for us to assist clients in actually doing this, and there's still reluctance. And I think that's the shade from all of this.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, whether you love it or hate it, ESG or sustainable investing is here to stay. As we learned earlier from the panel, there's considerable standardization and legislation going into effect around ESG disclosures around the globe. In total, 40 of 46 markets that make up the G20 now fall under some sort of ESG disclosure regulation. So let me set the table on that and kind of reiterate some of what we learned in the previous session. So on a global scale, there's the ISSB Sustainability Disclosure Standards. To reiterate, these reporting standards provide a framework for companies to report their sustainability-related financial disclosures, including climate-related risk and opportunities. Around 400 organizations from 64 jurisdictions have committed to adopting these standards. In the US, the Securities and Exchange Commission has recently taken steps to enhance and standardize climate-related disclosures for investors. Their proposal, which was just finalized last month, requires publicly traded corporations and private ones of a certain size to disclose their climate-related risks, their climate transition plans, and their greenhouse gas emissions. On a state level, California has put robust regulations in place for environmental reporting. California has mandatory greenhouse gas emissions reporting for high-impact industries. And the state has gone even further with a new law mandating that companies with more than $500 million in revenues, that they submit an assured annual report of their greenhouse gas emissions starting in the year fiscal 2025. And as we learned earlier, in Europe, there is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, or CSRD, and this legislation requires large companies and listed small and medium-sized enterprises to publish regular reports on their environmental and social impact activities. Companies will apply these rules in the 2024 financial year for reports published in 2025. And in fact, non-compliance of CSRD can lead to administrative and financial penalties for companies. So it's clear more and better alternative data, or ESG disclosures, is coming in force. So it's up to the investors to decide whether to consider or ignore. So the question is this data material to a company's bottom line and future growth prospects? And should investors integrate this data into their investment process? I'll start with Jim.
Yeah, of course they should. Successful investors would do so. Yeah, I think it's coming. It's inevitable that, you know, some companies now already file integrated reports. You know, the financial, fundamental, and the ESG, they integrate them. That's where we're going. This is just data. This is company data that investors need, that the public needs, all the stakeholders need to see in a standardized form. So I think there's no question that's where we'll get, but it'll be a long, torturous road to get there.
Amen. I mean, you're getting better data, right? Which is something that I think, and you're getting it consistently and regularly, which I think is fantastic for you guys. For those of us trying to coordinate that, it's a complete love-hate relationship. I mean, what's good is, to the point earlier, we're moving beyond this very subjective storytelling, non-material things that companies can say, but it's going to be extremely painful in the process. So I think some of how we're trying to deal with that is recognizing that a lot of what we're going to have to do for CSRD gets us well positioned for SEC, gets us well positioned for other pieces, right? We're aligning behind the hardest and most difficult and mapping out that kind of compliance roadmap and figuring out what that's going to look like. We're deploying things like new roles. So yes, we have an ESG controller. It will be extremely useful on the front end to make sure the systems are in place to deliver the data we need. And the really liberating thing about that as a sustainability team is we are delighted to put some of that onto the finance side of the house. After enduring that and doing that for 15 years, I am super excited to liberate my team away from that, being the data providers and dealing with internal audit and dealing with external assurance providers. So that, we should all be really excited about that as sustainability people. But I do think it's going to provide better data. The one challenge I would have is living through the first double materiality assessment that we did at JLL. There are things in that process that are too extreme, and I don't think are going to provide material information that will be helpful to you. So we've, I think, overcorrected slightly in terms of the scale and scope of CSRD, and it needs to kind of shift back a little.
I might say a little more than slightly. I mean, let's be honest, right? Investors have been clamoring for clear, consistent, comparable, high-quality data in the sustainability space for as long as any of us have been practicing. And it's kind of cool to see that actually taking shape now, where on a global scale, you can do that. And you'll talk to some investors and they will say, all data is good data. Right? I know I talked to a quant and she's like, give me as much data as you can and I will figure out in my model how to incorporate that data or not incorporate it, but let me make that choice. And then you end up with, you know, like you said, a situation that's not dissimilar from, what was it, 5 years ago, there were 200-300 surveys that you were responding to in order to be able to get your data out there into the various elements. And that's not necessarily helpful either. But it's about, you know, finding that happy medium where you're meeting compliance obligations in terms of reporting, because there are investors that are going to rely on that, and there are scoring methodologies, and capital is going to flow based on that sort of compliance-oriented reporting methodology. I think you kind of referred to that. You had a choice term for those types of investors in your opening. So you've got that element of it, but then you have the element of helping the investment community understand how to use this data better, right? You have to recognize that while the investment community is incredibly smart and they know a lot about the industry, and the active managers will know a lot about your specific company, they don't necessarily understand all of the unique nuances that allow them to use the data that you have to put out there to better understand your company's specific situation, its long-term viability, and how you as a management team are using that data to better inform your decision making, right? So it's almost that bifurcating of the compliance oriented, we have to put the data out there, it's going to kill us, maybe you can get finance to do it so that you don't have to, right? And how you actually use that data to better communicate value to the market, right? Because that's really what investment teams can thrive on, is that additional nuance that you can provide around what in that data set do you feel as a management team is most important to you? And then you might have some investors, I'm sure you guys disagree on occasion with management about what the most important pieces of data are, but that's a dialogue that you can have that's independent of sort of meeting this now global need for information, which will, you know, I think necessarily up level the total ability of the market to communicate, but creates more opportunity for disagreement as well, like I said, making markets.
Well, and I think for you guys, what's really interesting is, you know, that discipline at a management team level and within an organization of understanding core risks and opportunities is not, it's not 15 years old. It might be for the sustainability team, but when you sort of dive into the real double materiality assessment and you're starting now to ask people across your enterprise to rate and risk and identify material risks and opportunities, you are going to get some false starts. And because you know, the management organization, the teams, the people level down haven't for 15 years been understanding actually what is our most material risk related to carbon. So, you know, I think you're going to get a ton of information and there's going to be disagreement on what do we really zero in on. And I do look forward to that dialogue. But I would much rather us have had that dialogue first, pre-CSRD, before the kind of wave of information, you know, was created, and now we have to generate it.
Yeah, I would say too, these pendulums have swung. Obviously, you know, the political pendulum way too far this way, then way too far this way, and the information pendulum as well. Again, starting out, there was no information. Now there's so much information, and you're seeing it. You know, I won't often say I feel sorry for the corporates, but in this case, I do to a certain extent, because they're being asked to provide so much data that, you know, it's not making them a better company to do so. And I think you're seeing it in proxy votes these days. It used to be if a shareholder resolution came and it was an ESG shareholder resolution, boom, you'd vote for it. Of course, it's great. Usually it was around disclosure. Tell us why you're doing this. Tell us about your workforce composition. These were material things. You are now seeing some pushback from investors saying that Well, they're already doing a lot on greenhouse gases. They don't need to do another report about greenhouse gases. It's detrimental to the company. So the pendulum has really swung that, as Aaron was saying, maybe too far in that direction. And we do need to come to an agreement on what is material for companies.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. So yeah, corporate management of ESG factors should be about making companies better and stronger. It should not be an exercise in box checking. So how do you distinguish between box checking and exceptional management? Is there a secret way to cut through the fluff?
Yeah, you'd have to pay for me to, give you the secret way. This is not a paid event, but I will say, yeah, I mean, it's to each investor their own. The same with accounting. There's no magic number on the fundamental side. Some people say, yeah, the ROE, that's the key number. I only look at ROE. That's going to tell me what the company does and how it's going to do in the future. Same thing on the ESG side. You take what you think as an investor is important to core to a company. You track that, you analyze it, you put it into your investment process, and that's what you do. So there's no magic bullet, unfortunately. But the more information you get, the better you can know a company. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Again, you used to said to people, well, I'll give you two companies. They're exactly the same company. They produce exactly the same product. I'll give you one piece of information about the second company, company B. They treat their employees well. Okay, which one are you going to invest in? It comes down to those kind of simple, non-financial, but very effective to the bottom line type of data that you need to identify.
I'll take a little bit of a practical approach to thinking about this. Early on, when I was in I'll use stewardship role, proxy voting, and that sort of stuff, it was frequently the corporate secretary that would come out and speak to us as investors, trying really to rally our vote, right? There was a lot of talk, but it was really about just vote for management and against shareholders, and I'm good. And that's sort of where it started. Over time, as we got better as investors at asking the questions, the CSO started to come out along with the corporate secretary because they could tell the story a little bit better. Management was understanding sort of what they were doing, and they were making that argument, you should vote against this shareholder proposal because look at what we're doing. Look, we've already got this understood, and I've got my CSO here who's actually responsible for it, and they're doing good work. They have a team, they're empowered. And then the next step was the CFO's office and IR realized, oh crap, we're going out and talking to our shareholders and I'm not in the room. I'd really like to be involved in this conversation and understand what we're telling investors about our company. And so they would come and they'd sit in the room and the corporate secretary and I would have a good relationship. So we'd go through sort of our normal cadence and the CSO would chime in and provide their elements. And then my favorite thing to do was I'd look at the CFO and I'd say, so tell me how you use this information in the market to get a better valuation. And I would just sit there silently. And if there was a board member in the meeting, it was even better, let me tell you. Because they'd look at the CFO too and be like, huh. And so that's sort of, I think, where we were. We are moving much quicker and more rapidly because of the investments that are being made to being able to answer that question, right? The concept came up in the first panel around sort of, employees being a primary user of the stewardship report, right? And what I talk about is answering the question, okay, so why then would you produce the stewardship report? It's because you're trying to create better engagement with your employees for one reason, because you know that if you can lower turnover, it lowers your costs, especially if you're looking at highly skilled individuals where it can take a year to train someone up to replace them. That is a cost to the organization. That impacts the business. Even though you're not answering that question and haven't been necessarily in the past, if you look at where as an organization you've invested in these topics, you should be able to come to that ultimate conclusion of, well, if I think about it a little bit harder, I actually can explain why we're doing all this work and why it adds value.
And I think to build on that, sort of, we are seeing this shift from when the CSO would come into those meetings, you're sort of like the color commentary person. Like, let me explain climate risk to you and, why it's bad to be in the real estate sector if we don't have a focus on decarbonizing buildings. But, I think it has yet to shift all the way to walking into a conversation where ESG performance year on year is the conversation. I've been at JLL a year and a half, but before that I was at a publicly traded flooring manufacturer. Never once had an investor say to me, okay, last year, your scope 1 and 2 emissions, you reduced them 14%. That's a year-on-year improvement here, and you're well in line to get to a 95% reduction by 2030. That's amazing. Talk to me about why that. No. I mean, so it's still not a performance conversation, and there's still not necessarily an accountability around a performance on ESG as much as it's like, Aaron, come in and talk about like all the great stuff we're doing on the, so I think it's definitely getting there, but it's the discipline to sort of talk about that year-on-year reduction or what you've done to reduce your scope 1 and 2 emissions and why that means you're in a much less risky place, right? And it just needs to move there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think you even see it in, and this is an interesting case, executive comp. You now see some long-term incentives around, you set a goal of being net zero by 2050. Well, you're not going to be here in 2050. You're clearly going to make that long-term incentive. You're going to collect on that. The question is, do you need ESG incentives? No, what your incentives should be the fundamental bottom line incentives. Are the things you're doing on the ESG front making you a better company? Prove it to us by showing us that your ROIC is better, not by the fact that you set a target for 2070. So.
Yeah, and I'll build on that. We recently had a roundtable with 15 aerospace and defense investors from various different backgrounds, stewardship, credit, equity, you name it, right? And someone posed a question, said, who in here uses GHG emissions in their investment process directly, right? There weren't a lot of hands that were raised. I think that's to your point, right? They're using information on relativity. They need that information in order to understand exposure and risk necessarily. The folks who sat in the stewardship chair were like, yeah, we look for that disclosure because that's going to determine our proxy voting. Then it got to some of the people that were from the rating agencies were like, actually, we do have products that incorporate that, and increasingly it's becoming, and sort of slowly the room started to go from crickets to people saying, well, you know what, actually, if I think about it, it happens over here. But I think that's to your point, is we're still at that early stage. If you guys were in the room, I'm sure you'd have a very explicit answer for that, right? But we're still in that stage where people are starting to figure out and recognize that there are places where this shows up, but it's not universal, and it can't be, was it 2021 was like peak ESG, right? You just threw out the term and everyone was running towards it, right? But no one knew what they were actually talking about. And now as the pendulum's swinging, we're starting to get, oh, okay, now we know what we're talking about. It's so much more nuanced than throwing the term ESG on something.
All right, I have one more question for our panelists, and then I'll open up to questions from the audience. So, do we need a new acronym? 20 years ago, it was SRI, or Socially Responsible Investing. Now ESG is commonplace. In fact, BlackRock appears to be shifting from ESG to transition investing. So the question is there a better descriptor for the integration of material non-financial information? And a new acronym, please.
Wow, that was a terrible, terrible question. I was thinking of, as he was saying that, this is Warren Buffett quote, which I'll butcher, but I think it gets us to where we want to go. There is a life cycle of a good idea. The 3 I's, he called them. They're the innovators who see an opportunity where others don't. And then there are the imitators who copy that idea. And then there are the idiots who, through their own greed, distort the idea, the very idea that was supposed to make them rich. And I think we're pretty much at the idiocracy point of ESG at this point. So that's all I got on that.
Yeah, I mean, I heard someone pitch 360 investing at one point. Like maybe that's a different way of putting it, right? Like there's so many concepts, but I think what all of these terminologies get wrong is the fundamental principle, and you actually described this in your opening, right? Around why ESG became a term. It's a relatively new term, right? It's like 2004, I think, came out of the UN, suggested it. I'm not mistaken. There's debate around that, right? But the fundamental concept was, we know that there's more to evaluation and sustainability and long-term nature of an organization than shows up in the financial statements. We need more information about that because we can't collect it one at a time. And hey, environmental, social, and governance, and we can even debate if governance is big G, like board comp level, or little g, the governance of sustainability and what you call environmental, right? That's an open question. But it was about understanding that there's more to understanding how a company is valued and how it's going to deliver long-term value creation. And we used ESG as a marker because it moved the entire market, right? The fact that we're here, we've been here 8 years, we have changed the dialogue in the market around how we understand the value that companies will create over the long term. Now we need to go back to that first principle, which is it's about very specific elements that are industry specific, size specific, growth and evolutionary specific. And we need to unpack it to a degree so that we can talk about what those elements are rather than trying to grasp it under an umbrella that helps people who are, looking at this from the outside in, maybe going back to our first question, think they understand what we're talking about, right? Because we've changed the market dialogue. And I don't know that we even need an acronym so much as we need to talk about transition resiliency, business model operating resiliency, employee engagement and valuation, right? Those specific topics. And that's where investors are going to disagree which one of those they want to talk to at any given time. It doesn't mean that they are getting it wrong. It just means that they've understood what creates value for them in their opinion.
Yeah, I'd say call it what you want, but explain what you do and do what you say. I mean, that's
Well, that was so much more eloquent than I could come up
And
with.
it's not too tarnished, right? I mean, I think in the early days, we loved and hated sustainability, even when there was a debate that we needed to move to regenerative business. And we loved and hated sustainable business for exactly that reason. But what we found is that I could at least start a conversation with someone around sustainable business and then dive down and say, look, this is what it means to us. This is what it really means. These are the pillars that it's built upon. If you don't even have that, then it's like, give me another 10 minutes, right? So
I mean,
I think
that's the key test, right? If you can go down 1 or 2 levels from talking about ESG to talking about what you really care about in this context, then you know what you're talking to someone that understands the concepts versus someone that's trying to engage in the, what do you call them, the idiom? Well, not even the idiocy, but the imitation, right?
The marketers get a hold of it, and then you got problems.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we should just call it investing.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Let's go with that.
That's a great concept.
All right. Hey, I think we have time for a question or two from the audience. Is there any questions?
How do you identify the non-financial aspects? So, for example, when you said you invest in a company A that does not treat their employees well, but company B does, how do you get that information?
Well, to go back in time, back in the late 90s, we came to a realization that environmental risk is material to every business and every company. We mentioned the global footprint network in the video. So back in the 90s, we consulted with some environmental scientists to help us create a criteria set that would help us identify companies that understand environmental risk and opportunity, and we're taking the steps to improve their business to become more resilient to that. So we created a criteria set that included kind of 7 criteria with 27 sub-criteria, all relating to environmental factors. And we still employ that criteria set today. It requires us to go to management and get more information. Typically, the data that we want, the questions we want answered aren't out there yet. Maybe they never will be, but we still use that criteria set today.
I'll add to that one interesting point because I think you take the very quantitative approach to it and trying to understand it. A portfolio manager that I talked to 20 years ago about this, I was saying, pay attention. He goes, you're talking about management quality. It's part of my DCF. It's always been there. It's more of a finger in the air than it is the sort of assessment that you do, but it's always been there. I keep coming back to this. It's always been there. It's just we're able to talk about it now in a different way.
Yeah, and of course the governance assessment is really based on information that's generally out there. So that's something that we can, collect and assess relatively easily and quickly. But again, it's the environmental criteria that is not standardized, publicized, that we're after. And again, we want to collect this data and identify the global leaders.
Question.
Yep.
Okay. How do you manage private companies? Obviously, there's a lot more companies that are remaining private. The whole private equity world is obviously huge, and it looks like there's continuous effort for individuals and pension funds to go into the private companies. Are you guys able to see what's going on in these private companies with the same ease as publicly traded companies?
Well, we manage public equity strategies, so we're not involved in the analysis of private companies at this point. However, as I indicated in some of the directives and the legislation coming out around disclosures, not only are publicly traded companies being asked to provide this data, but small and medium-sized private companies are also being asked.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's an organization called ILPA that has some, disclosure standards and expectations. I'd say two things on the private company side. Yes, this is very much part of the dialogue that we're seeing in private equity and in the deals space, because, and I think that to some extent validates sort of what we've been talking about, there's an element here that gets to the fundamental valuation. There's also the same economic pressures that you see in the public space, in the private space, where the pension funds that are allocating capital to private equity are using their influence to drive their JVs to be able to actually influence the companies that they're investing in. So it's happening, but it is much more opaque and much more difficult, and much more on a sort of one-off basis than sort of the global disclosure standards. And like we heard, there is certainly some databasing and estimation that goes on regardless of whether or not companies provide public information.
Yeah, and I think with the private companies anyway, you can go engage and have a dialogue directly with these companies without, having to worry about whether they're in a quiet period and they're disclosing select information to only certain investors. So the dialogue and engagement side of the analysis around private companies is probably easier and
more focused on those value considerations, certainly.
One more follow-up question. There's certain industries that are not going to be able to really do a whole lot with the, metrics of ESG. How far is the push towards those companies to make their lives difficult and possibly non-operational, or to disrupt businesses where there's going to be unemployment and issues? And how far is the movement going to go to push these companies that can't do anything about it, that they're typically dirty, coal and fossil fuels, et cetera?
Yeah, I think, you see that is a strategy employed by some folks, not folks like us, but you saw engine number one with Exxon. They said, we want to get on the board. We want to, make sure that you understand your risks here, what you're doing. So you're going to see that. It's part of the mosaic. So, yeah, I don't know how far it goes, because companies are kind of getting wise to this now as well, and are more protective. And then even through like shareholder resolutions, the resolution is not there to micromanage a business, right? It's for disclosure maybe, or talk about a change in business. But I think you can only go so far, right? Some of the big hedge funds and stuff will have always done that, whether it's around ESG or financial. The activists, the Peltzes and the Ackmans, they've always done that, and they'll continue to do that. And now they've just added ESG as another way that they approach companies.
And I come back to what I said about markets being made by people disagreeing, right, about valuations. As long as someone thinks that there's value in the company, you might not get the multiple that you want or that management thinks they deserve, but that's going to be set by the market as long as there's someone there. I talked to an oil and gas company. They said, listen, we know at some point there will not be a market for our product. we are going to get the cheapest per barrel oil out of the ground that we can, and we're going to just ride it to the end. And that is our strategy. And there are investors that will invest in that strategy and say, you know what? I recognize that the economy in the world will need this resource for the foreseeable future, and I do want them to obtain it ethically and appropriately, right? And so that exists. And then there was another investor who says, listen, I invest in tobacco companies because I think there's value in that industry. And so I think it's really about, while there is that whole idea, what happens when there's job loss and those sorts of things, that's being driven by broader market conditions than it is by someone saying you need to get out of this industry or choosing a role of divestment. Because for every company that someone's trying to divest out of, someone else sees an opportunity to get a lower priced asset.
Yeah, investment is about choice, right?
Yeah.
And those choices should be made by the investors and the constituents that make up a state. So that kind of goes back to full circle to the first question about regulation around ESG. Okay, I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my name is Kevin O'Donnell. I'm with Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and dynamic discussion so far. Really enjoying it. Thank you. Aaron mentioned regenerative business. It's been kind of posited as maybe an alternative to sustainability. I think it's in recognition of the fact that we've got accelerating ecosystem decline. And my question for you guys is, TNFD, early days still. It's going to take some time to get the gears of that whole machine spun up. But how are you as investors thinking about early days, but just evaluating biodiversity risk and opportunity with companies?
Well, I think, some companies, forward-thinking companies, are already reporting on it clearly, voluntarily. So we watch those companies. We watch, you watch regulations. As you say, it takes a long time, but the risks are starting to manifest, right? And you can either acknowledge those risks and if you're a forward-looking company, acknowledge the risks and take steps to address those, or ignore until they come around. So I think, again, you look for the forward-looking companies, the global leaders, maybe the folks that are doing these TFND stuff voluntarily, because they understand that it's going to be a risk down the road, and it's a better business model. And often it can go right to the bottom line today. If you're a paper and pulp company, and you are not managing the biodiversity of your forest, you're taking a major risk with your major asset because, hey, one fire and you're done. So there are companies that are doing it. Regulation will be catching up, but we look for those type of companies.
All right, excellent. Well, Aaron, Matt, and Jim, thanks for participating today, and thank you all for your participation as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be switching to the real estate session here pretty quickly. So if you could hang tight, I would appreciate it for the interest of time.
take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll fly. Oh, we'll fly. Away, away, away. Yeah, we'll fly. Oh, we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories.
So you've seen it shift massively in the last 5 years, right? Because I feel like as an industry, I mean, one of my general beliefs, you know, one of the big instances and I was like, I like it. You said science is perfect. I mean, it's something that you do for yourself. And the boss is like, oh, that's why we teach you. Well, and there's so many talent. Oh, yeah. There was a lot of, yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Oh, we're scope 3. 97% of our. Yeah, exactly. Keeping me up at night. Yeah. Totally get that. So yeah, I have that anxiety of at least though there's a core percentage of our clients in that space that are already doing the work and could be accelerated. And I think it's about finding that and leaning into it and trying to get people in the middle up. But strategically investing in that, I think in this industry no one's really done this, right? Like it also has this weird culture of like I've be like, why don't we do this? Well, you've been never asked us for that. Like, it's this weird culture of like, just public mass, not you show up to make change. Yeah, yeah. So it's been a very strange cultural. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, I know because the pink shoes I got, I love those shoes. When I was standing over there. Yes, we are.
Obviously running on so this is TV.
Done? Okay.
Okay. Your mic is on for Zoom room. They just told me to let you know. In case. Yeah. I lived there for 5 years outside of Barcelona. But, you know, they hadn't developed all that stuff.
Good morning, everybody. We'd like to go ahead and get our next session started. We have lots of amazing panelists here. We want to make sure they all have a chance to share their thoughts about a topic that is incredibly important as we look around this gorgeous day in South Florida. How can we keep it this way in the future? My name is Andrea Houston. I am a professor in the finance department, and I'm the academic director of our real estate programs. And as such, one of the things I get asked a lot is, what can you do to protect South Florida? Another question is, what can you do so people who work here can afford to live here? And the organizers of this conference have been really nice to put those two topics together on a panel about two really important issues. And we have a very nice panel because we have someone who develops real estate, affordable housing, and has to deal with resiliency. We have someone who invests in it. We have someone who advises corporations on their sustainability efforts that I think you've met before. And we have my colleague from the School of Engineering who is working with corporations on a variety of sustainability products. And we will hear from each one. We're going to start, I think, since this was the first one I put on my notes, with Al Milo, who represents the Related Urban Development Group, which is a group that specializes in workforce and affordable housing. And I'm going to ask each panelist to give up a little bit of their background, how they got to these wonderful roles, and also the scope of their company's investment or involvement in these parts of the industry. So we'll start with Al.
Thank you, Dr. Houston. So my name's Albert Milo. I'm the president of Related Urban, which is the affordable and workforce housing division of the Related Group. We do a lot of different type of developments. A lot of our brand is known for its high-end condominiums and market rate development, but actually the Related Group was originally started by my partner George Perez as an affordable housing development company. So I'm in charge of that, the aspect of workforce housing and affordable housing. As Dr. Houston said, it's a big topic nowadays, right? You can't pick up any publication or hear any council meeting or a public meeting and not hear the need for affordable housing. It's a very certainly talked about topic, and how we find ways to create a new housing that is affordable for different income levels, right? It used to be that it was more isolated. It was a topic isolated more towards if you were in a lower income bracket, and you would have a challenge finding housing. But the pendulum has swung, where there's a need for a lot of working professionals are having trouble finding housing. So it's something that we specialize in. A lot of times our projects are public-private partnerships. I would say about 85, 90% of the deals that we do are in collaboration with some entity of government, whether it's, the city or a county or a redevelopment of a public housing authority or a school board. We're now working with the school board not too far from here. So every government agency has realized that they have to think differently of how they use their assets. And that's the benefit of public-private partnerships, where the private sector can do what we do and help capitalize these assets to help the public sector, achieve some of their public policy goals.
Thank you. Megan, let's go next to you. A little bit about your background and also the scale of Kane Anderson's investments.
Sure. Hi, I'm Megan Saunders. I'm a Senior Managing Director of ESG at Kane Anderson Real Estate. We are a private equity firm based in Boca Raton, Florida. And on the real estate side, we have about $15 billion of assets under management and focused exclusively in the alternative space. So we manage medical office buildings, senior housing, student housing, and attainable workforce housing, which I'll be talking about a little bit more today. My role as the director of ESG is really integrating the strategy across the entire organization, and then, of course, reporting out on it both for our employees, all of our stakeholders and investors. A little bit about my background. I wish there was a program on sustainability when I started this field about 16 years ago, but there was no such thing. So I found what I think was the next closest thing, which was that I got a degree in urban planning. I had a passion for bringing together really what came from my background. My dad was a builder, my mom was a nurse. I saw that intersection between the built environment and human health, and how do we make buildings better for the people that live and work in them every day. And so that was my education. And I guess my other education is just that I, over the past 16 years, have spent time in various industries, all within sustainable real estate, to really understand the value, both on a social and environmental perspective, from every seat in this table. So I started my career in consulting. I spent some time leading a nonprofit. I worked on the design side for an architecture firm, spent some time doing utility incentives that are really important for greening buildings, worked for a global real estate developer, a public company, and now I'm at a private equity firm, and able to sort of touch on all of those aspects that I picked up throughout my career and use them in my day-to-day.
Wow, thank you. Real estate touches all these different parts of the business, so it's easy to think about new ways to try to get into it, and you certainly have a rundown there for the people who are students. Aaron, big job. JLL's a big firm, and to be the chief sustainability officer for that, give us a little bit about your background and what JLL is up to.
Sure, thank you. I'm actually an environmental lawyer by training, and so I echo what Megan said. I mean, when I started this 20 years ago, it would be really great if there was a green MBA program. But I came out of undergrad and really kind of understood the need for advocacy training. And I would say in the first 10 years of my career, I worked in government, didn't move quickly enough, no offense, to, I had real challenges associated with being in a large federal institution that was deploying resources for renewable energy, and the scale and speed of how we were putting things on the ground. Ultimately moved into a manufacturing company, and I think those the legal training and the ability to sort of be an effective advocate has been the most effective training that I've had for this role. So whether it's influencing internal stakeholders, talking to investors, talking to suppliers, working with our senior leadership team, I think the ability to be an effective advocate, but also be not so sensitive. So any other lawyers in the room I know have gone through the Socratic method, which is, standing up your first day in law school and getting examined by your professor until that breaks down in tears or humiliation, and then they move on. So there's a level of fearlessness associated with, I think, this job sometimes that you really need to have. So my role in JLL now is working to both deliver our corporate commitments, but also influence the work that we are doing with our clients. 97% of what I'm trying to solve are the spaces that we manage on behalf of clients. And they run the gamut in terms of their commitment to ESG and their interest and appetite for investing in their spaces. So can really relate to a lot of what the panel has to say, and I look forward to it.
Thank you very much. And I think we have the perfect link now to my colleague from engineering. Esper, please tell us a little bit about your academic background and also about the university's efforts.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Esber Andiroglu from University of Miami College of Engineering. My primary appointment is in College of Engineering, while I also hold secondary appointment at School of Architecture, and I am the director of the University of Miami Thomas P. Murphy Construction Management Programs. I come from several years of industry background, industry design and construction of the built environment. And prior to that, I was in the academia, totally different field. I was engaged in research on rocket propulsion, believe it or not, totally unrelated. But so after being in the industry, in the design and construction sector for so many years, I started thinking and really getting kind of, especially as the sustainability movement started happening and people becoming more aware, that I felt that the design and construction sector was really stale and somewhat outdated with their approach. And at the same time, when I looked at the academia, I felt, to be honest, I felt the same about academia. I felt that the way we were educating the next generation wasn't necessarily directly responding to the needs of the industry, especially in that sector, especially with focus on sustainability and resilience. And it just happened at the right moment that someone from University of Miami approached me and said, would you consider teaching a course? So I started teaching at University of Miami, just one course, and then it trickled into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and research. And it gave me the opportunity really and the right platform to start making the connection, what was missing from the industry and what was missing from the academia in the delivery approach of knowledge, and how can we kind of integrate while we revolutionize the construction and design sector, while we're also totally doing the same on the academic institution level with our curriculum and course offerings. And one thing that became very apparent quickly also was that there were too many silos and we were doing too much engineering alone, business alone, economics alone, architecture, design alone. And we needed more interdisciplinary teaching and learning and delivery approaches and mechanisms. So today, as a result, the program that I direct, the construction management program, is an interdisciplinary program with that kind of a focus. And I'm also engaged in a number of research projects that are applied research that directly responds to these topics. And I'm very proud actually also to say that Al, right next to me here, and I jointly are doing a workforce development program that is earmarked specifically for not your traditional workforce, but anyone can be in it. And we have the students that we have in that program range in age from 20s to 50s. So midlife career change professionals who want to take this on. So it's been great and looking forward to doing a lot more and sharing more.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad my university is involved, being in a different silo than engineering. Al, let me ask you, first of all, if this was an easy task, this would not be a session at this conference. There are many, many obstacles to doing what we would all like to see happen. So let me start with Al and ask you for, I think specific examples are good for people. How, for a project or an idea, that you have managed to get affordability in place while still earning a return that satisfies the capital that was supplied to make the project work? Because we all know without capital, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, so great question. I mean, one of the approaches that we use is to bring a mixed income approach, and by mixed income I mean that we in some of our projects, we have, a component that's public housing, which is, extremely low income rental units mixed in with affordable and workforce rental units mixed in with market rate, right? So that's one of the ways that we've been able to a certain extent, pioneer that model where some of the higher paying units effectively help subsidize some of the lower paying units and get our returns to where we need to be, not just for our tax credit investors, but for our own equity. So there's, through the years, and again, affordable housing as a term is a very loosely used term. It, and in some spaces it has negative connotations associated with it, because people associate, just a broad term of affordable housing with some of the older, urban public housing projects that have been challenged throughout the years. But I can tell you that even in some of those projects that we've worked in, that mixed income approach works because you're able to have, first of all, you have to design the product to a standard that you can achieve those market rate rents, right? Rather than the other way around. So many times affordable housing projects were designed to be just, and I mean, my team knows I don't use the word cheap, right? Cheap is it has a bad connotation there. So, but they were designed in the cheapest way possible and why? Because you had fixed rents and you were trying to get to fit, that financial puzzle. But we kind of approach it a different way. We design it to a market rate standard and make sure that it has the proper architectural features and sustainability features and design features and amenities. And then we work the financial puzzle into that mark. But we start from that market rate perspective first and foremost.
That's a very nice way to bring some nice benefits to people who might not be able to afford them. Megan, I know you have investors also that you link to, and that Kane Anderson has done some very creative things to try to help with both affordability and a return the investors are happy with.
Yeah, so I'll describe a little bit our approach to attainable housing. So we have a strategy specifically dedicated to this. And when we say attainable, we're talking about Class B workforce housing. So Class A housing is what you think of, these are renters by choice. These are people that are looking for, apartment buildings that have like a rooftop pool and, golf simulators. Average rents are $4,000 to $5,000 a month. In comparison, Class B housing are renters by necessity. These people don't have the option to buy a home. They're really our nation's workforce. It's our, public workers. It's our teachers, nurses, service workers, et cetera, that are living in these homes. And so we've seen that there's been really an oversupply of Class A housing, and the performance of Class B over time has been really great. And so we're focused on this and also using it as an opportunity to integrate ESG. So our attainable housing strategy is an Article 9 SFDR fund, if anyone knows what that means. So it has ESG integrated into it. And so we're looking for opportunities to integrate our environmental and social strategy at every asset. We actually create, upon acquisition, we create a decarbonization plan for every single asset and ensure that we can incorporate the measures to get toward our net zero goal within these assets, but also have a really robust social activation program that we include. And so we look at the pillars of economic performance, health and wellness, education across everything that we're doing, and provide our tenants access to programming and services so that they can, benefit from them by living in our units as well.
And are these educational type programming, sort of?
So I'll give you a sense of it. So on the economic empowerment side, we provide on-time credit reporting, which typically you don't get as a renter. You only get the negative reporting, and so we report to the credit bureaus when a renter, pays their rent on time. And so this has the benefit of increasing credit scores for our tenants, and we're also able to track things like our tenants often for the first time are able to apply for a loan for a car, or able to apply for a loan to go to college, or perhaps get ready to leave and buy a home for the first time. We're providing things like we provide free teledoc to all of our residents. So, online access to healthcare, you can access it on your phone. Now a resident who might have to take a day off of work, go to the doctor's appointment, make the appointment, go get a prescription, can do that all from the comfort of their home and really just from their phone. We also provide things like tutoring services and financial empowerment education to our residents.
Great. Thank you for doing that. Aaron, I know that JLL is counting on you to make those clients happy with some measures that you can explain to them that improve sustainability and are also cost effective.
Sure. I mean, I think without talking about a particular client, because I think a lot of people think of our firm and think about, commercial offices, but the breadth of it is so much bigger than that. It's healthcare institutions, it's, hospitals, it's higher ed. It's a great diversity of clients. So I think the success is really as those values are shifting, as our values are shifting for what we want to see in a commercial office or a healthcare institution or a university. It's the challenge of being able to meet them with new services and new commercial models that are not as challenging for them to accept, right? There's a typical way of doing business. So integration is a great example. When we talk about maybe for some of our clients managing their footprint around the world, it's about how do we manage that in a way that we're starting to integrate green leasing or leasing concepts where if you're a company that's set a net zero goal, you suddenly need data supplied potentially by your building owner. Or you want to agree to renewable energy as the building supply. So it's about starting to sort of go down that path and look at how we've conventionally done that and really integrating in ESG concepts, green leasing, and then in some instances, piloting with them maybe new commercial models for how we either help them fund that, how we in some instances may bring together occupiers with building owners and have a conversation about how do we get properties, places, spaces to a different place or a different level of performance. So I think it's kind of the challenge of integration and meeting people where they are while maybe picking up with your comments, moving them towards the future with different models.
Definitely different models are going to be needed, and also different products. And I know, Esper, you have relationships, or we have relationships with corporations, some of whom are also working with our main sponsor, Calamos, to bring some new products into the field that will really help with our issues with sustainability and with construction costs.
Yes, we're really at an exciting moment now where there are a lot of technological innovations emerging from research and product development side that can help with all the screening initiative in the built environment, and recognizing that the built environment really represents 40% of energy demand or consumption in US, and 50% of which is by residential housing. The other 50% is commercial buildings. This role of integration of new technologies or products in helping bring conservation efforts to tangible, quantifiable benefits for end users is really important. So some of my current work is directly focuses on this through operationalization of codes and regulatory and translation of that to regulatory framework. And to give you a couple examples, just last week released a report that looked at what if we adopted water conservation provisions through the built environment true integration of products or concepts as simple as water sense rated plumbing fixtures in built environment, or harvesting rainwater, as simple as that. What would be tangible benefits and what would be the bottom line for the homeowner, let's say. And it was interesting to find, for example, that the benefits were significant. We did this on 4 US cities, which was Houston, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Des Moines, Iowa. So water conservation benefits were in billions of gallons. And the investment per household was not that much. It came out, it ranged anywhere from, depending on what measure, from like $200 to, let's say, up to $1,000, depending on what region you were located in and what measure you were implementing. But when you try to sell that to a homeowner and say, okay, if you do all this and invest in this money, you're going to conserve water, in dollars saved, it didn't make much sense for them because it meant that they would have to wait 20, 30 years on the mortgage to recover that investment. However, if they looked at it from the point that if you conserve this water and you preserve our water resources, you will be able to afford receiving water, fresh water at your home at the same or similar rate to what you pay for it today, 20 years down the road, then all of a sudden they were all interested. Or similarly, that you'll turn on the tap and you'll have water flowing in 20 years from now. So those are the examples that we're trying to bring in to design sector, but often there are challenges in implementation that still need to be overcome. Energy sector is another one that that can be demonstrated the same with same approach.
Yeah, everything boils down to money or cost at some point. Al, if you could think about what's the biggest obstacle you think to improving, first of all, affordability in real estate development? Because somebody who can afford to live where they want to can then think about saving water and saving energy.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge is always being able to expedite a project from its inception to being able to get to a financial closing, right? There's a lot of bureaucratic hurdles that we have to jump through in order to start these projects. Sometimes it's the government policies and regulations that are actually in place that they are contradictory to the mission of the agency that is trying to produce this housing, right? Many times it's that. And that's probably for us, and certainly for me, the most frustrating part of it. Because sometimes it's like, but this is your mission, this is what you're, you should be promoting, but yet this is your policy and this is your regulation, which is totally contradictory to that mission. As it relates to, and let's just use, Miami-Dade County as an example, it's a supply problem, right? You're not going to regulate yourself out of this issue. You're not going to subsidize yourself out of this affordability issue. There's not enough money in any level of government to promote that. So you have to find ways to allow capital and the private sector to increase supply. That's the only way to tackle this. I mean, just as an example, the project that we worked on together just a couple blocks from here now that we just got a CO a couple days ago, and we had to put out units. It's 172 units. We had 3,000 applications in 2 or 3 days for those units, so it's 500 or 600 from UM.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's the demand is incredible. So simple economics, you got to increase the supply. So many many, many times, it's always the process to get us going, right? And capital, is expecting a return, right? And time, and that old adage of time is money is true.
Well, let me ask, since we're on the subject of increasing supply, Al was part of the design of an act that has made a huge difference already, and it's very new in South Florida, something called the Live Local Act. And it's controversial. Not everybody loves it, but it is a way to increase the supply of housing along transit zones. So let me just ask you to, speak briefly. I assume that it will help in everybody's efforts to produce more affordable housing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, I had an opportunity to participate in helping the state draft that legislation. And it is controversial, but it's controversial for the same reason I just mentioned, because the process sometimes bogs down, and therefore, not in a overt manner, many municipalities will turn down these projects, right? They can't come out and say, well, we're anti this project because you have a workforce housing component or an affordable housing component, right? So they find other ways to delay the project, and sometimes developers say, I'm done. So the state recognized that, and they felt like, and we do business throughout the state of Florida. So again, the same issues that you're hearing here, you can't, recruit, the university can't recruit, the hospital systems can't recruit, the public school systems can't recruit, government employees, everybody is struggling with the same issues, in all parts of the state. They had to find a statewide law to allow these projects to get built quicker. And one of those mechanisms in there is to eliminate some of the public hearing components of these developments. And that's the part that's controversial, because local municipalities, they want that control over those projects. But again, if you're going to increase supply and it takes you 2 years to get your entitlements, then that's going to be an impediment to increasing that supply. So Live Local is a great act. It has not just zoning benefits. It had, the state legislature put $150 million of general revenue into the act for 10 years. That's $1.5 billion, unprecedented. They put $100 million of corporate tax receipts also into the act for 10 years. That's another $1 billion. They put a tax abatement. If you have units that are 80% of area median income or below, you get a full tax abatement. If you have units from 80 to 120% of AMI, you get a 75% tax abatement. So there's tremendous benefits into that Live Local Act. But yes, the controversy is about that, a little bit of loss of control, where the state is preempting some of the municipalities into getting these projects built.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to change the skyline here, or the roof line as you go down US 1 for sure. Megan, let me, bundle, since we bundled some questions for Al, I'm going to bundle the rest of these. Let me ask you to focus a little bit more on climate resiliency. If this has changed Kane Anderson's investment philosophy, have you put anything on your real estate assets to try to protect against that? And also, what's exciting going forward about that space?
Yeah, I would say I think there's growing recognition that climate risk is financial risk, and that's really coming from both ends of the spectrum. I mean, regardless of who we talk to, we hear that and we see that. And so we've always considered climate risk as part of our due diligence when we're looking at, acquiring and or building assets. Things like, does this asset, have flood risk? Is there wildfire risk? A long list of factors that we consider. And we've also looked at resiliency. So, at the same time as we're saying, okay, does this asset have flood risk? We're also asking, do you have flood barriers, and what does your stormwater retention look like? And, how are you dealing with it on site? And so, I think that we've considered it for a long time, but over the past year or so, we've taken a new look to say, how can we sort of marry those factors and say, not just what is the risk at our asset, but what is the resulting vulnerability if you actually look at those resiliency measures, and then use them as sort of a roadmap or guide to say, okay, if this building, has a small, flood risk and there's some measures in place, how do we go back to our teams and our operators and say, here's some things that you could do to improve the resilience of this asset? And so we've taken that new approach and are trying to build out systems and processes internally to be able to work with our teams and actually, drive those actions across the organization. One other thing I'll mention is that we are lucky to have an in-house insurance team. And as you can imagine, a lot of this is also driven by insurance, right? The challenge, of course, is that insurance is a 1-year snapshot in time. They're really only worried about the risk over the next 12 months. Whereas the risk that I think we all talk about all day is, 80, 100 years out, right? And I think for us, we're always thinking specifically about, maybe the next 10 years, the next 20 years in terms of, who's going to buy these properties in the future. And so, we are taking a more critical view into how do we manage that risk on site with our properties. So alongside our insurance team, they've developed tools, audit tools to actually say, okay, every time that there's, a predicted freeze event or a hurricane, how do we alert the teams to know how, hey, this is coming, first of all, to, who's in charge of managing those things that need to be dealt with on site. I'm sure you guys have heard about, these freeze events that happens and pipes burst and, turning off water. And so, actually coming up with a really concrete action plan to make sure that the buildings are managed properly when these events happen. And so we've certainly been focusing more on that recently, but like I said, it's always been part of the process and things that that we've been considering.
Anything else have you excited about the future?
Yeah, I was going to say, I know there was another question in there.
Yeah, sorry.
I would say, the exciting thing to me, and I think, thinking back about our attainable strategy in particular, climate risk is part of it. And climate risk is really two things. It's, the physical risk, which is what I just described, but it's also transition risk, which is, the change that's happening in the world as everyone sort of moves towards a, low carbon economy. And so, we are using a net zero target and, incorporating decarbonization measures across all of our investments to make them more sustainable or more resilient, I would say. But everything that we're doing with our residents are also helping them to make them more resilient, all those social measures that I mentioned. And so I think there's this really unique intersection that not a lot of people talk about, which is about how do we make our residents more resilient, right? It's not just the buildings, it's the people. How do we make sure that they're prepared, both in terms of climate risk events that could occur at the asset, but also in terms of their lives and, the overall livelihoods that we can actually make an impact on. And I believe that we are.
It sounds like from the programs that you have in place. Aaron, the obstacle, also there's been a pretty visible pushback in the investments world against ESG. I wonder if you're seeing that in commercial real estate. And then finally, what's exciting? So the obstacles, the pushback, and the excitement.
I think actually the bigger barrier is not the anti-ESG, it's actually the will to make the change. So if you look just at commercial buildings and you realize that 70 to 80% of what we've got now are the same buildings we're going to be in 2030 and beyond, we don't have a supply issue, right? We have a need to address and deeply retrofit existing supply issue. But the good news is we have the technology on building operation. We know how to redesign those, even to include not just operational carbon emissions on climate, but embodied carbon of what's going into the buildings. So we know a lot of how to address those. So those are the great things. And we also know the enabling policies that can happen even at the citywide level, whether that's building benchmarking ordinances, whether that's electrification in the north, that is all known and exists. What really needs to happen then is bringing together the fact that over 7,000, organizations have made science-based targets and getting that translated into how they manage their real estate and what that means for buildings and how quickly we can deeply retrofit those to get to the kind of carbon and other sustainability goals. So to me, what's been most exciting in seeing that accelerate is actually the partnerships and the collaborations that are happening kind of at the city private sector level. I mean, this region, these cities here, because of the focus on resilience and decarbonization, there is so much happening here in Miami that it's really exciting, right? And I think as cities have made these net zero commitments, it's prompted them to sort of do a real examination of what is our role, what is the role of private sector, how do we find finance, how do we accelerate this, whether those are voluntary programs or requirements like New York Law 97, we're going to move to the regulatory side, but all the pieces are really coming together to show us where to go. We just kind of need the will to accelerate that.
Definitely. And what's nice to know, Florida is leading in something positive because we don't always sometimes. So I'm glad to hear that we are. That's really good. And Esper, I know that you have products out there. And also, I think I'll ask you to talk just briefly about the government support with the new funding for programs that are rolling out that I'm sure will involve some of the products that you know about.
Yes, there is significant amount of government funding available today. And actually, after I leave here, I'm going to be going and submitting a new proposal to U.S. Department of Energy for integration of some of these products, in the built environment, in delivering more green solutions. So the opportunities are here. But with that, there are also challenges today. So a lot of very often, while the opportunities are there, the products are there, the regulatory framework that also monitors the implementation of those efforts is constantly evolving. Just next week, for example, is an entire week taking place in Orlando on the next round of code change proposals for the built environment. We often implement them, but the industry and the training, the workforce that is delivering them, implementing them, is not really at the same pace. And so that often results in adopting new codes, deploying new products and technologies, but not really doing it at the right moment or with the right intent or training level, and the ultimate outcome turns out to be worse than if we had not adopted that next iteration of code, or if we had not integrated that product as a solution. So it backfires. So I think, education from where we sit from here is really critical in that. So that's why training the workforce, is a big component of that, to make sure that we are delivering know-how on how to implement and adopt these solutions so that they're properly done. And the second point I want to make is that one solution never fits all. So often, especially in context of climate resilience, if we look in the US, we have 8 different climate zones as defined by ASHRAE. So each climate zone's needs and opportunities are distinctly different. So what we may promote in South Florida, for example, as solar for green power, may not be the solution for, in another region. And the incentives need to be paired up, that is well aligned with, the delivery approach that integrates products, opportunities, regulatory framework, and the know-how, the workforce that's ready to implement. So it's a package deal. So that's what we really need to work on. And I'm happy to say that there is progress. I mean, at national, international scale in that regard, but a lot more work to be done.
Always more work. And one of the joys of being in an academic setting is you get to talk about things like this. I know that we've covered a lot, but I'm sure there's some questions out there from the audience. I don't know how you handle questions. You send with the mic, or you want my mic? Maybe up in the back, in the middle, I saw.
Thank you. Yes, I think this has been a very interesting panel to kind of hear about, how the intersection of, all the different ESG initiatives go with housing. I guess my question is, while it's clear we need more housing, how are we tempering the impacts of creating that new housing on the environment? I'm a resident of Brickell. There's obviously lots of vertical construction happening there that's putting more cars in the street. Sometimes, in some cases, removing many trees that existed there before. And I'm curious to understand what kinds of programs or initiatives are happening to temper that impact, whether it's investment in public transport, disincentivizing individuals to take their cars, or planting more trees. Because honestly, from a outside resident perspective, we don't necessarily see that, right? So I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
So, one of the best ways to address some of that is to have that higher density in and around your mass transit nodes, right? So, because you promote density in farther reaches of the county, that is, doesn't solve that issue, but it will. I mean, the hope is, and we're working on some of these projects. It's like as it relates to cars, right? Some of our projects that are in and around the proper transit zones, we're dramatically reducing, the requirement of, or the parking that we build for those cars, right? Now, you got to find that balance, right? Because just because you as a developer feel that you can, be by a metro rail station, for instance, and provide, half a space for every 2 units or a quarter of a space for every 2 units, you're banking on the fact that you're going to be successful renting those units in and around that mass transit, doesn't mean that your lenders are going to buy into that theory, right? Because ultimately your lenders and your investors also have to buy that and be willing to lend money on a project like that. And so again, it's always about finding that balance. But as more and more, I see it like with some of our younger staff, where before everyone would be relying on a car. I have some staff that they don't have cars, right? And they're in their 20s or early 30s, and I'm like, well, you don't have a car? No, we don't have a car, right? So those things are, they continue to evolve. And from a development perspective, those are, you got to have your hand on the pulse of how that is changing, and then find a way to be able to promote that type of development, but still be able to finance it there. So it's certainly threading the needle for sure.
Do we have another one? I think we have time for one more before.
On the first panel, we talked a lot about standards with all the alphabet soup. There's a bunch here too. There's LEED, there's well building, there's the GRESB standards. How do you guys think about those? Are they for you? Do they, provide guidance from an investing perspective or a development perspective? Are they a pain in the butt like all the other ones? How do you think about it?
Who wants to go first?
I can start with that one. We use GRESB as a reporting standard because we're a real estate firm and that's what it's built for. I think it's a good tool out there because the reality is there isn't another standard framework out there for real estate for us to be able to track our performance to our investors and to the public. As with everything, it's goes through iterations and will change as the world changes, right? And I think often like reporting standards, they're always sort of one step behind where sort of the world is in terms of next steps in ESG. And so that's certainly always going to be a challenge, but I think that exists for every framework out there. In terms of building certifications, I guess I'd see them the same way. We look at opportunities to certify our assets, but we're typically thinking about them as where they can add value, either to our residents by providing services. There's a lot of certifications out there that promote health and wellness, or how they can attract new tenants or increase leasability of a building, and not just as a certification in itself for, the purpose of making a building more sustainable, which is important. And so, again, we get a lot of questions about them because they're an easy to track metric, and that's important, but you have to think about them more holistically. And, again, at the end of the day, we are an investment manager, we have a fiduciary responsibility. And so we're always thinking about value at the end of the day.
Yes, and Erin, you have comments on standards?
I think she did that well. One ad would be, I think what we're seeing is they provide a really great benchmark, but most organizations combine them and have kind of their bespoke version. And I think we're struggling with the fact that none of them fully address a lot of the social issues. So if there's a gap there, I know there's several things emerging that really address that gap. So there's some really interesting things in the pipeline coming on that.
Oh, good. I think we have time for one more. It's right behind you.
Thanks so much. I had the opportunity to visit the Azores in Portugal not too long ago and saw that there was an EU subsidy that provided solar assets to homeowners, and there was no cost to them up front. But if they lived in their home for 10 years, it would basically be a zero, loan. So I'm curious, how far away are we from giving people the ability to generate, low carbon energy that helps, stabilize their inflation, helps them put a wedge into their rents? How far are we from really unlocking that value for affordable LMI communities?
I think there's some of that we can do already. I'll give you an example. We have an asset in the Boston metro area where we've added solar to the roof, and it's mostly for the common area. But we also did things like adding heat pumps to all the units, which we replaced sort of the old electric baseboard heating. And so it's not solar, but it's a much more efficient system. And as a result, we're seeing reductions in our tenant energy bills, or I should say we've modeled where it's in the first stages, but we have modeled about a 40% savings in the tenant electric bills as a result of doing these sort of combined measures in our units. And so I think, there's a lot of strategies out there. I think the challenge certainly in housing is that, typically the tenant pays the bill, right? And not a landlord. And I guess I'm speaking from the multifamily side, but if you take the stance that you can monitor that consumption and include that as part of your investment analysis, things like, how do providing these better amenities, the solar, the more efficient units, smart technology throughout, actually increase retention and allow your residents to stay longer. And there's just different ways that you can look at the overall impact in your portfolio that make it easier, as long as you're tracking it, to implement those technologies.
Well, I know that's given lots of us things to think about. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for your attention.
a more inclusive economic system, and bringing together those actors, in this sense, those firms that are leading in this area. And so we're really lucky and very fortunate that Vaughn is with us today. He represents the organization, but we also have a special message from the founder of the organization, Lady Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. And so we have a video that we'd like to show before we get started, which will kind of set the stage for our CSO Summit Session.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you here in person and also to all of you joining online from around the world. Thank you to the Miami Herbert Business School at the University of Miami for this opportunity to speak with all of you during the 7th Annual Chief Sustainability Officer Summit. As the founder and CEO of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, I want you to know that we are honored and delighted to partner for this first time at this CSO Summit. And the topic today couldn't be more timely: building consensus in an election year. That is a challenge. And maybe what I should say is only from your mouth to God's ears. We are excited to be part of this conversation with you because, like you, at the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, we believe that business and our capitalist system works best when it works for all. This is not just rhetoric. According to More Global, companies that place importance on operating in an inclusive and sustainable way create greater benefit for their shareholders. In the 3 years between 2019 and 2021, companies that placed importance on these issues saw revenue grow 9.7% versus the 4.5% revenue growth seen over the same period by companies that did not follow these practices. And 84% of these companies said that their ability to raise capital has become easier. Essentially, inclusive capitalism is business at its best. It is doing what great businesses have always done: create great product, give great jobs, and be respected in their communities. This would be simple, but our world has become more complicated. We now live where we're facing warming climate, increased inequality, and not surprisingly, social and political dysfunction at a level that we've not seen before. Now, in light of all of that, some companies, management teams, and boards want to tread very lightly. They don't want to raise their head above the parapet about too much that they are doing other than making the widgets in front of them. But I think that this is actually a time of great opportunity for great companies, not to head for the trenches, but to, in a thoughtful, dignified way, show that by taking care of our customers, our employees, our communities, and our planet, we are creating greater shareholder value. At the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, we believe that there are, in fact, many more companies in the world who are inclusive and sustainable than the public understands or believes. That is why the Council created its online platform at inclusivecapitalism.com, where companies can put forward their concrete actions toward prioritizing workers, communities, and the environment. You will hear in a moment from State Street and the Estee Lauder companies, who are two members of the steering committee of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism. You might also become interested and go online to see what other companies are doing, or how you can tell the world through our website what you are doing and how you are creating value for workers, employees, communities, and shareholders. There are many exciting examples, and I know you're going to hear about many today, but I was very moved by the work of Bank of America, one of our steering committee members, who has provided $5 billion to help more than 20,000 individuals and families purchase a home, which had not been possible for them before. Another is our great partner, Alaya, a wonderful company in the Philippines. They're growing their business and expanding access to banking and financial services to the significant underbanked population of the Philippines. As you can imagine, each company has its own strengths, its own challenges, and its own path forward. The important thing is that we are trying to do better, and we can learn from each other. It is by sharing our experiences and by learning across sectors and across geographies that we can identify best practices, adopt them for our own organization, and collectively move toward an economic system that is fairer, more trusted, and truly sustainable for the long term. That's why I launched the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, to provide a platform for sharing best practices, and also why convenings like this one are so important. Because in today's challenging landscape, we really need to stand together to demonstrate the value that is created so that asset owners and asset managers, customers, communities, government, and the media all understand that forgetting about the rhetoric, or forgetting about the marketing speak, or worst of all, forgetting about the political weaponization of our best activities and the pressure on us to live in this alphabet soup of acronyms, it is absolutely essential that we are showing that by acting in inclusive and sustainable ways, we are creating the best long-term value for our shareholders and for our communities. This is not about now, this is about the future. And so I congratulate all of you again for being together in this symposium where you are going to be discussing really difficult issues. And I think it's really important that we be very pragmatic, we be very transparent, and we be very honest about both the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. But most of all, the act of hanging together and doing all of this as one committed body of people who want to reform our system to make capitalism work better for all. That is my highest aspiration for your work today and for our work going forward. And I thank you so much for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Yes, very grateful again to the council for partnering this year. They were instrumental in bringing State Street to the summit. Unfortunately, as I said, Jessica won't be able to join us this time. But we are fortunate to have another one of their leaders with us, Nancy Mahone from the Estee Lauder companies, who's been sitting patiently online waiting for this session to begin. So I think I'm going to defer to her. That's a perfect segue to let her introduce herself, and then we'll go around and let each of the CSOs introduce themselves to the audience. Nancy, welcome.
Thank you, Daniel, and I'm sorry I can't be there. I heard recently that Audrey Hepburn said that Paris is always a good idea. Well, definitely, I think if she was alive today, she would say Miami is always a good idea. So I'm sorry I'm not able to be there, and I know I was able to speak there a couple of years ago, and it's such a great center you're running and such a great forum. So I am Nancy Mann. I am the Chief Sustainability Officer of the Estee Lauder Companies. We are a large luxury beauty house, and we sell makeup, cosmetics, fragrances, as well as skincare and some home bath and body. And we operate in about 180 countries worldwide, and we have a family of 29 brands. And so the focus that I've really had over the last 7 years is how to build a competitive program for a company like ours in ESG, but also spend about a third of my time with investors. And so we're hyper-focused now on value and how this work shows up in our business and drives value for our employees, for our communities, as Lynn mentioned, and also for our customers. So really looking forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Nancy. Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy Avalos. I'm with World Connect Corporation. So we recently changed our name from World Fuel Services. So as you can well imagine, we're a global fuel distributor, principally in the transportation sector. So think shipping, airlines, cruise lines, long haul, trucking. So the heaviest users of energy typically. We also have mining, manufacturing facilities. So as you can imagine, some of the biggest challenges are within our customers' own businesses of how to decarbonize. So as their principal fossil fuel seller, we also help them with renewable fuels, what are alternatives for renewable energy in terms of electricity, things like that. So really trying to be that partner in really discovering what the solutions are today, tomorrow, a month from now, and 30 years from now. So my role is actually, I'm Chief Sustainability Business Officer, because for us, sustainability, as you can tell, is very embedded within what we do. And as part of that, I work across all of the organization, trying to connect the dots, as I say. So renewable fuels can be put into a ship similar to a truck, and then trying to kind of keep that fabric together in a strategy that goes across the globe. We have offices in 50 countries, sold about 20 billion gallons of liquid and gas fuels last year alone, about 60 billion in revenue, 30 billion last year based on fuel prices. So as you can tell, a lot of the molecules that are going into the planes that you may have taken for your vacation or the ship that you got the goods that are now on your doorstep came through our customers. And so from that perspective, one of the things we look at is how can we be part of that solution. So we have no vested interest. We don't make anything. We're a distributor. Think of us like Publix. So if you want fat-free potato chips, we'll get you fat-free. If you want plantain chips, we can get you those. So that's a little bit about us and my role.
Hi, everyone. Erin Mazian, CSO at JLL. JLL is a global real estate services firm. Just give you kind of a sense of scale and size, probably about 5 billion square feet under management on behalf of clients. So much like Amy, large opportunity to not just address our own footprint, close to 400 offices globally, but how we encourage, enable, and the tools and kind of innovation we bring to clients to really address their footprint. So another statistic on that, 97% of our scope 3 emissions are the spaces we manage on behalf of clients. And so that provides with the double-edged sort of massive opportunity to decarbonize, but massive challenge associated with not controlling that. I'm going to pass it on to you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much for the invitation, Daniel. It's an honor to be here in this panel. Well, my name is Pablo Necochea. I'm from Mexico City. I'm the National Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change at Tecnológico de Monterrey University. We have 26 campuses across the country, and we have our National Sustainability and Climate Change Plan, which has 6 pillars: education, research, vinculation, culture, mitigation, and adaptation. And I am the leader of mitigation and adaptation pillars. So we work every day to reach our ambitious targets on water, energy, waste, and emissions. And so it's an honor to be here to discuss what's happening here in the context of ESG and sustainability. Universities have the role to discuss those things with the society. So it's important to discuss these important things. Before that, I served in Grupo Televisa as a director of ESG and sustainability for 6 years. Grupo Televisa is the largest broadcaster in Latin America. The company has almost 2,000 investors. The most important of them are in Europe and here in the United States. So we have to comply a lot of requirements from regulators, ESG methodologies, and a lot of acronyms. So when I was serving Grupo Televisa, it was a good opportunity for me to know the context about ESG, how the concept of ESG has evolving during the time, and nowadays we have a lot of change. So it's important to discuss them from the social side in this panel. So it's an honor to be here, and that's all.
Thank you, Pablo. And social is what our first topic actually is. Lynn did not mention this in her remarks, but the council is very much involved in a new framework. The theme of this conference is alphabet soup. That's become obvious. So there's another framework now underway that is related to inequality and socially related financial disclosure. So the Task Force on Inequality, Socially Related Financial Disclosure, TISFD. And this is expected to be unveiled in the fall, in September. And so now we can add that to the growing list of frameworks on the tarmac. So I want to kind of turn it over to Nancy to get her views, and then the rest of the panel on this particularly kind of controversial, I would say, area around social. We've had a lot of, discussions around DEI, right? And some pullback there in certain areas. And so now we have this new framework. So what does that mean for the CSO, having that added to their plate? Nancy?
You're on mute. I would say, first of all, one of the pleas that we make to our investors and also to the various framework owners is that it's very important that we all strive for harmonization, because the people that I have, for instance, that build our climate program are the same people that are responding to CDP and is responding to Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So one is, I think, harmonization would be very helpful. We have really focused on transparency, and in particular, we try as best we can to tell the story of the work that we're doing, and we're conscious, I would say, of our size. So for frameworks like that touch on social, the big piece, of course, is our relationship with our suppliers and focusing on the communities where we live, work, and source, and how we can use our supplier base as a way to basically lift all boats and improve the conditions in those communities. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, because what we don't want to do is to abandon complex supply chains, whether that be palm oil or mica or other areas where there are local communities that are focusing on basically building those supply chains. And I'm sure you've seen in the news lately where Malaysia and Indonesia, for instance, are very unhappy with the European governments and the UK governments for creating what they see as very rigid deforestation laws. So it's a bit of a balancing act as a large global company. I would say that we welcome and are really focused on sorry for you may hear there's a siren in the background. We had an earthquake here in New York City, which is very unusual. So sorry for that background noise. But essentially, we think that the focus on social is, of course, the right way to go. And we welcome the opportunity to really support those communities. But what we don't want to do, candidly, is take our practitioners off making those supply chains more robust and more supportive of the people in those supply chains and filling out forms. And I think that's where we're all kind of juggling this work. We have seen, as I'm sure you're aware, UK, Canada, Australia, they have what are called modern slavery acts. And so many of us are already in compliance with those. And there has been a focus for all of us on our human rights policies. So I think the new framework is part of a larger movement that we're all trying to power, and at the same time, candidly, not be weighed down with multiple forms.
Amy?
Sure. So from my perspective, I'd say, some of the things that even in this role that I didn't appreciate is the concept of social is so broad. So you think your traditional notions, DEI, but it includes things like in our business, health and safety, right? So these are people that are handling hazardous materials along, big assets, planes, trucks, things like that. So for us, health and safety is extremely important, and that fits in the social bucket. So one of the things I've said, it's my mantra in the company, that if sustainability sits in my department alone, it will die, because it has to be embedded within the whole organization. This is something that everybody has to live and breathe and be a part of. So part of our role is really social sits in a bunch of different areas. So we have a global physical operations group. So those are the folks that are making sure we have the right number of hard hats in a location, that they're wearing safety vests, that they come home every night, driving trucks. So that sits in one organization, but it's also explaining to them, here's the data and details I need to be able to do the reporting we have to do. And how do we stack rank against others? What are we doing to make it better and safer for our employees? Same thing on the talent development side. I didn't realize just how much investing in your employees sits in that social concept. So it's talking about like training opportunities, learning about what sustainability is. We've been putting out trainings just for people want to know and want to become more educated, certification programs, things like that. That sits within HR and the training teams, but then it's kind of the sustainability team's job to poke the bear a little and say, hey, how's that coming along? How is that ranking in terms of the list for this year and priorities? So I think for us in particular, social is something that's a fabric that cuts across all things. And the last one, and I always like to bring this up because I think people take it a little for granted sometimes when you talk about a lot of the other community impacts, but one of them that we've tried to focus on is energy poverty and how many people don't even have access to electricity. And so that's one of the areas that we've tried to focus our community, sort of how can we give back in what we know, which is, power, energy, fuels. And that's how do you get solar panels to schools that, the kids can't study, in the dark, right? Or, how do you get a community lights for a soccer field when they have no electricity? So a lot of that is just thinking about, I think there was the statistics that the Calamos video had, which was, a lot of these underdeveloped countries don't have the benefit of taking advantage of all the things we had, let's say in the United States, in developing. Well, how can you rethink that to localize electricity production so you're not putting wires in coal plants in developing countries? So these are the things that I think, as we kind of push through social, I would hate for it to just kind of be ignored or say, oh, it's political. I think it's really, what does social mean to you?
I think that's one of the biggest challenges, right? I mean, it is, I think we are all feeling a little bit of fatigue. At the same time, we're super excited that ESG sustainability has gotten to the point where we have interested investors, we have interested employees. It is a material issue. One of the things I wish in the context of social is that there also are not as well established internal assessment tools for companies to kind of do a self-look before these disclosures happen, right? So on the E side, on environmental, things like life cycle assessment, a molecule of a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon everywhere, right? And so on the E side, it's quite clear. On the S side, this idea that companies could and should be able to pre-assess prior to being asked to disclose, I think there's a real absence of S tools, right, for companies to be able to do that. So it always makes me a little worried when the first thing we're doing is self-assessing ourselves against a new framework and being asked to disclose that. I think that doesn't spur innovation. It spurs fear. And well, what are we going to get caught disclosing? And maybe the first time we don't want to know that about ourselves is when we're being asked to do that. So if the ultimate goal is to get companies more engaged in identifying opportunities that are material that they need to address in their business, I'd rather it not be in the context of a first time that I have to disclose that. So a little bit more strategic thought there would be helpful. But I understand the investment community is saying like, look, we need to know this. These are key things that we need to understand before we make a bet on you.
Thank you. I think this new framework will help to sustainable development because I would like to analyze two concepts. The first one is economic growth and the other one is economic development. If we think, and it applies to governments and private sector, if we think about economic growth, we can focus only on financial or economic indicators, for example, GDP, imports, exports. But if we talk about economic development, we need to integrate another variables, another KPIs, for example, health, for example, human relations, for example, community, environment. So if we think about that companies or government needs to reinforce economic development, we need to analyze the context at all. And it starts with the individual social responsibility because the person is the most important thing in organizations, in companies, in governments. So, and it deals with values, with principles. So if a company needs to promote economic growth through economic development, the company needs to focus on the social side. And this new framework methodology will help to avoid social washing because nowadays companies deal with greenwashing, but also social washing in a way to be more transparent, but they don't have information to track about, to contrast what they are publishing against what they have, what actions, what projects do they have inside of the company. So a methodology like this will help to supervise, to assure the information, the social information that the company promotes and make transparent. So I think it's an opportunity for all companies to reinforce the social side in the ESG.
And just a quick follow-up for you, Pablo, in terms of a media company like Grupo Televisa and the media sector, the entertainment industry, what we consider to be social really kind of extends beyond just internal to also external audiences. Do you see any particular application there in terms of the media sector or the entertainment industry?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I mean, ESG applies different to each sector, each industry, and the media sector is important to take in account the community, because as you are creating content for the audience, you need to follow social responsibility in the way, because otherwise you are not respecting your stakeholders. As we see now, materiality analysis or double materiality analysis is very important for the companies to identify what do the stakeholders think about the company, because that's the value of the company. And if you don't understand your community, or if the company doesn't understand their stakeholders, they are not creating a value in the long term. So it's important to have this in mind. And from the top to the bottom, the board has a big role in this to analyze all the risks that it implies, but also all the employees or collaborators needs to know that about what is the mission of the company and work on it in order to create value in the long term.
Thank you. And quick follow-up as well, Nancy, for you on DEI. Playing devil's advocate, is there something there in terms of the criticism that's been leveled toward DEI as a recent topic, just as much as ESG has been somewhat controversial?
Well, particularly as a consumer company, DE&I is very important and always has been. I get often asked, for instance, by investors, basically, how many women of color do you have and people of color as your creative leads or as your heads of marketing? Because essentially, if you look just from a pure fiscal financial perspective, the growth, for instance, in beauty is really among women of color globally. So I think what to the extent that some of the rhetoric may or may not be true, I think the important thing is that businesses really focus on shareholder value and also basically stakeholders. So again, for consumers, we want to make of diverse consumers products that they want to buy and that they enjoy and are high quality. For our employees, the bottom line is that to have the best minds in the room, you have to understand that the best minds look differently. And not only do you need to bring them into your company, but you need to create a culture of belonging. And I would say a lot of our best ideas come from our, what we call ERGs, employee resource groups. And then lastly, what you see in the investor space is a real diversification of investors, particularly I'd say the rise of the retail investors. We're seeing younger investors and more female investors. And as a result, the value sets are different. So again, I think we have to look at it through a business lens. Also, what we're seeing really is a bit of a divide, honestly. The sort of anti-woke push that we see here in the United States is not being, I would say, seen in Europe or in the rest of the world. Also, what we're seeing is that all of our customers really want sustainable attributes as part of their product selection. And they're seeing it as a baseline, a point of departure. And also diverse consumers are looking for products that fit them. So again, look at it through a business lens. And as much as possible, I would say candidly, stay below and out of the rhetoric, because I don't think that really serves your key stakeholders or the company.
Okay, and thank you. Before I turn it over to questions from the audience, I wanted to, Amy and Aaron, what are the particular social standards that you've been using in your reporting? Are there any in particular that might be kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, in terms of the data that this new framework might want to incorporate?
So I can say from our perspective, as I mentioned before, health and safety is important. So OSHA data, that's been critical. In terms of EEO1, which is basically, if you think about it, in the United States, a lot of large companies have to report to the federal government under their standards all the makeup of your employee base in the US. So and it gives you categories, Black, Hispanic, so on and so forth. Because in a lot of countries, you can't ask someone what their race is, things like that. So we've had a challenge in terms of how do you get that information. We've done campaigns, we've done a lot of things to try and get people to volunteer that, but it can only go so far. You can't force them to disclose that. In the US, there's some cover that you can assume of certain, if a person's of color or not. But one of the hardest things back to how do you, report this, right? So we've stuck with what the government says we're allowed to do because we report it to the government anyway. But we've had a challenge, for example, how do you define diversity in our Singapore office? Or how do you define diversity in our Costa Rica office? Are Hispanics considered a minority in Costa Rica? Not usually. So this is where, again, when you try to bring it all together to a multinational and you say we have this many Hispanics, or we're headquartered here in Miami. So our numbers of Hispanics in Miami, by the very nature of this community, is relatively high. And so we've had a hard time with that. And I will tell you why, because I feel even though the numbers could be used to benefit us from a, how does it look perspective, I don't feel that's authentic, right? So we don't just pick numbers because they look good. So these standards, I'm hopeful, at least give you a little more guidance, a little more, but I'll tell you what, the social stuff is very, very complicated. Science is not as easy to apply in the social context as it is for the E part of ESG.
Very tricky. A lot of the things that Amy articulated, so we've looked at the existing standards she talked about. Obviously, we have a pretty well-established set of metrics around health and safety globally. We have data that we use to report on modern slavery, and not just in kind of the limited countries where that is required. We've kind of extended that to a broader category group. That will be really helpful for us. I think we've also, interestingly enough, an employee of ours in our project development services had created almost a certification around social issues in real estate. So we've had some really interesting looks at, are there specific issues associated with our industry, our extended supply chain that we really need to focus on? So I think those will be helpful. We're not starting from ground zero. But I do, I echo Amy's concern about the complexity of that as a large global company. There are industry-specific things we need to think about, and there are different definitions of how we're going to have to respond to this that I think make it a lot more challenging than some of the other ESG data we've worked with in the past.
Okay, with that, does anybody have any questions in the audience? I'm happy to open it up at this point.
Hello, thank you. I would like to share regarding the technologies that are today available. I work for a company, software, and it's with blockchain, and will give visibility, as Nancy was telling, to the people that many times you don't see, like the farmers in very away locations, also gender, also regenerative agriculture, incentives or programs. You can have them by name and surname. They're used with one of the biggest traders of commodities, many of traders of commodities like mining, agriculture, on the world, like in 60 countries. You can have all that information with the security of blockchain and also avoid like was social washing. Of course, depends on the information you put in the platform, but it's been easily audited. It's for EUDR, for example, that you were saying, not only the environmental, but as well the social. So, and also for the circular economy and recycling that is used for the waste pickers to be visible and also have all the history of what they are doing on the value chain and how they contribute. So that technology is available. It's been available since blockchain appeared, like in 2016, and it's worldwide.
We're going to have to start relying on a lot of those outside sources of data. So fantastic to know that, things exist that we can use to accelerate reporting.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
I would like to add that the more you align with best practices or framework, or the more you invest in technology, the less you avoid greenwashing and social washing. So it's a good tool to improve your performance as a company.
Say it's transparency and traceability. Those are invaluable.
Any more questions? If there isn't, I wanted to pose one to our CSOs. Oh, yes, okay.
Hi, Silvio here, Logos Capital. Very interesting question. There's a lot of conversation, of course, about a lot of carbon offsetting, but there's also been a lot of conversation around carbon insetting, sort of ways to improve practices very aligned with TCFD. Could you talk a little bit about how you think about this, or how to collaborate with from your roles with different departments across the corporation in terms of accomplishing either or, if not both? Thanks.
I'm happy to jump in, Daniel, if that's helpful.
Sure.
So we have really leaned in very heavily on climate. And like most companies, we're actually in very good shape on scopes 1 and 2. But actually, there's a meeting right now that I'm not in where we're looking at the conversion of our fleet to EV vehicles. So we have overall achieved net zero, but that is an ongoing. As your company grows, the question is, how do you decouple growth from carbon use? But again, we're focusing very heavily on scopes 1 and 2. On scope 3, we have essentially really focused on education. We partnered with Deloitte and have done a day-long training among our key leaders, particularly in indirect procurement. So 95% of our total footprint is scope 3. And the bottom line is similar to our supply chain. This is really all about our suppliers and how do we use carbon intensity as a factor in choosing suppliers, and how do we work with suppliers to reduce their carbon intensity. And that work, just to the earlier point, I think that Amy made around embedding in the business, climate really has to be everybody's job. And so that is where we're trying to get better data, more available data on carbon, and really equip our business leaders who are making the choices around suppliers with that information. So just by way of example, we've had our top 200 suppliers register their data with CDP. That is a big step up for us because obviously their scope 1 and 2 is our scope 3. So I would really encourage people to partner with CDP, really make sure that your suppliers are clear that their carbon intensity is one of the aspects you're going to look at and whether you choose them, not just price and quality in other areas. And then lastly, really mobilizing the teams, making everyone a climate leader and a climate ambassador. And then finally, a challenge I would throw out, I think one of the things that we are concerned about is the quality and the cost of offsets. And we are investing in virtual power purchase agreements already in the US, but also in Europe and China. And what we're finding is that to get high quality offsets and RECs, the prices are so high that it's actually taking away from our direct climate work. So it's one of the areas that we're juggling that I would love, I'm on LinkedIn, or certainly would love to continue the conversation across CSOs. Great question. Thank you.
Any of you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd like to add too. So back to kind of embedding it within the business. So part of that I always say is translate it into what they know. So one of the things I did, so one of our largest scopes, obviously scope 3 for us uses sold products, given that what we sell. But our scope 1 is principally our transportation fleet. And so one of the things right now, these are heavy trucks that don't have a lot of electrification options. You can't really pull that kind of weight yet. And so we've looked at renewable diesel and what are the alternatives. But on top of that, back to insets and like, okay, how do you also consume less, right? Because offset, you want to also reduce first. And so part of that was, when I went to speak to the folks that are actually running the trucks, I didn't come to them just saying, hey, I need to reduce emissions of our fleet. Instead, I said, how can we save on fuel? Because that's their language, right? They're trying to run the fleet efficiently, drive more efficiently, so it doesn't cost them as much. So when I started with that conversation, you started sparking the innovation. They said, well, there's actually this technology. We just haven't been able to get it approved in all of our trucks. I'm like, oh, well, let me talk to some folks. So these are the kind of things, it's like little steps throughout the organization to solve some pain points that they already have, right? Because a lot of times sustainability, I always say, makes dollars and cents, within a business. And that's how you can really get everyone on board because you're giving value and getting value.
Yeah, and I think, as Nancy observed, the cost of offsetting now almost cost prohibitive, projected in the future to be extremely cost prohibitive. So it's driving companies to say, okay, what does that model look like? That's not even long-term purchasing, is certainly not spot buying. So is it that I, as a company, invest directly? Do I co-invest with a client? Do I go to a large firm like Goldman Sachs and buy into the work that they're doing to kind of scale up carbon removal companies? Is it a fund? And I think those models are not mature. And so I think one thing that we're trying to figure out is, because the models aren't mature, the cost and the relative benefit of where do we spend the least to get the most high quality carbon removal in a way that's really assured is a lot of guesswork right now. So we think it's this, it could be this. So I think all you can do is start to look at those differing models, start to look at potential partners, start to do that cost work and figure out what's the highest quality carbon removal, lowest risk, and what are you really looking at per ton. And I think some of us will have better opportunities to inset, than others, but that's kind of what we're doing, identifying what a model looks like and trying to put a figure towards it.
Well, I would like to add that many companies nowadays are setting ambitious targets, but they are setting targets in very long period of time to become carbon neutral to 2050, 2040. And I think those targets are not adequate for the moment because we need quick targets, highlight. And so scope 3 is an ambitious concept nowadays because it has 16 factors inside of scope 3. Not all the companies are measuring scope 3, but this is a good opportunity to incorporate the measure of scope 3 because scope 3 represents almost the half of the emissions of a company. And even though it's not obligated to report scope 3 in all the regions, it's a good practice and best practice to do that. And you can do it in a correct way. For example, there is an initiative, a science-based target initiative, an initiative from the United Nations. If you align with science-based target initiative, you can be sure that your metrics and your targets are correct because there is assuring information by a third party. If you don't do that, you can maybe you can do a greenwashing, or investors and all the stakeholders know that. That's all.
Okay, then I wanted to kind of begin to wrap up with the final question to our CSOs, and maybe we'll start, Nancy, with you. What is that issue that's front and center for you at the moment? I know that for many it's CSRD. We've talked about that already today. But is there an issue that either keeps you up at night or that you just consumes a tremendous amount of your time at the moment?
Well, if it's all right, I'm going to give you two. One is we need to continue to invest in our talent. To the comments earlier by one of the panelists that the field is very new. We have a lot of folks coming out of school with great degrees, but don't necessarily have executional experience. So one is, who are the leaders of today and tomorrow, and how do we continue to grow that talent? And I'd say optimism in the talent, so they stay with it during these complex times. And then secondly, I would say, a colleague of mine actually recently said to me, I'm afraid I'm becoming the regulatory head. So I think in terms of the regulation, it does keep us up. I'm more concerned about how do we candidly comply with the regulation in a way that drives value for our stakeholders. Because if we're just here to comply with regulation, then we're actually, as consumer goods companies, at least not really winning the war. The question is, how do you make sure that we're anticipating and driving value with the consumer as well as our employees and complying with the regulations? Great question. Thank you.
Amy?
So I would say, and just by background, I'm actually a securities lawyer by training. I was our securities lawyer and heading up our legal department before I took over this role. And so disclosure has always been my, fiber, I guess, for lack of a better term. So that part I'm a little less concerned about, except that I will tell you CSRD is, whoa. It is a lot. And I think in part, and this is what I kind of lose sleep over, so financial materiality is something that you know innately, right? I mean, it's compared against the bottom line. Is it a lot or is it a little? And what does it mean for the future? But when you get into, even ourselves, are our emissions actually material? Basic question, right? That's what the SEC rules are asking us to look at. That's what CSRD, are your emissions material? You heard 95% of the emissions for Estee Lauder is scope 3, right? Similar for us. So when you talk about what do you talk in your public disclosures about what matters, does it matter? Does it not? Your scope 1 and 2, right? I'd say for us, we sell fossil fuels. That's part of our business. If I'm not talking to you about emissions, I don't feel we're being authentic. So that's why for me, I've always focused on, we spend more time in our scope 3 calculating the use of the products we sell than business travel. I could have done business travel in 10 minutes, right? Get the Concur file and do your math. But that's not authentic to what matters on our impact on this planet, right? We're selling fuels that are being consumed in big, heavy machinery. So from that perspective, I think the CSRD and all these kind of regulations, I welcome them. I consider it like the Sarbanes-Oxley 2.0. I graduated law school when Sarbanes-Oxley just come out and everyone was freaking out. And I think one of the panels talked about the pendulum. And I feel like we are on the opposite end of the pendulum. There needed to be, it was a little bit of the Wild West in disclosure right now in sustainability. So you need that framework, but it's gone a little too far. But I think, give it a few years, this will soon become commonplace. People are going to figure out, okay, I kind of know what this means now. I know what this is. There'll be a few mistakes along the way. But from that perspective right now, it's just the hard work of figuring out, like, how do you quantify? How do you assess? How do you do all this stuff that, this double materiality that I hadn't really thought of it that way before. So it's kind of like you're treading new ground. So.
Yeah, I'm with Amy. I don't worry about that so much. I think a lot about kind of two things. I feel like there are days when I'm in an industry that's not a company, but an industry that's not where it needs to be on climate action and is a key contributor to that. So we are thinking a lot about what can we do to catalyze the rest of the industry. You know, when JLL stepped out and set a net zero science-based target, we were the first ones in the industry. And our competitors quickly responded, you know, because clients started asking them about it. So what do we need to do to really push the rest of the industry is something we spend a lot of time, and I spend a lot of time thinking about, worrying about, playing around with. And then I think the other is, you know, similar, like we have a massive opportunity. I joined the firm because we have close to 5 billion square feet under management. And that means we have to influence our clients to do something differently. And the culture of being in a services firm is typically that we give the clients what they ask for. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we change that culture? How do we change the culture to be not just here to provide what you want, but to advocate for where you need to be? And then we need a commercial model that follows that, right? So it might mean a new way that we talk to clients and a new model that we give them. And that is very, you know, I think our firm was started in the 1800s in London. So when I start talking about what is it that we can do to like get in front of clients and advocate to this and a new commercial model, that is a big culture shift that we're gonna have to effectuate within the firm. And so I spend a lot of time thinking about and worrying about, how can I do that in a way that's like not too American, not too pushy, but in a way that actually makes it happen.
Pablo?
Well, ESG frameworks are emerging every day. ESG writing firms are emerging every day. Methodologies are emerging every day, but the ESG and sustainability maturity level is different in each region. For example, Europe started a lot of time ago. The United States is reinforcing the compliance of ESG standards, but Latin America is not in the same way. So I think this is an educational process, because the gap between a new methodology or new framework in comparison with the process to implement ESG or sustainability strategy, there is a big gap. So universities have a big role in this way to create an environment to promote and to discuss and to teach and to train about what is happening outside to bring it inside, and to collaborate together with the society, with the government to create better public policies, because it depends about what do we have outside, but also what do we have inside of the country. So if we want to operate in a good position to comply with international standards, but also to reinforce our commercial and sustainability strategy, we need to have a good environment inside of the country, inside of the region. So new standards, new methodologies, or new frameworks are always welcome, but we need to put in action all together as a society.
Well, I think that brought it home very well. So Pablo, Aaron, Amy, and of course, Nancy, thank you for joining today. Very, very grateful. Give them a round of applause, please. So with that, Nancy, we'll let you go and say goodbye. Thank you again for
Good
your
luck with the
patience today.
electrification.
And we'll look forward to being in touch with you soon. Amy, Aaron, Pablo, thank you. So I wanted to wrap up with a special thank you to our sponsors today. Of course, Calamos Investments as our presenting sponsor, but we cannot forget AutoNation and Universal Insurance Holdings, two very important clients actually as well. So thank you to those folks that made today possible. And now it's time for lunch. So thank you and have a great rest of your day and a wonderful weekend. Thank you.